We go. Alright. Well, welcome everybody. It's Unstoppable Stilezzi here, and we got another Cassie game stream for you today. We got a best of 7 between Codefender and Nathan to look at in Wars of Liberty today. So this should be a really fun series to cover. They also submitted some 2v2 games I also wanted to look at maybe. Plus, we're still cleaning up old stuff too, so I mean, we might be able to hit some of that as well today, depending on how I'm doing, you know? Quite a bit of stuff to cover, so that should be cool. Yeah, most definitely. Absolutely. Yeah. The next week's gonna be a real pain where I'm living. Lots of snow. Might even get 2 feet of this stuff. Yeah, I'm not gonna like that. It's gonna feel it in my lower back. Be super duper annoying, but hey, it's what you get for living in this region, so yeah, basically. Hopefully you don't have to deal with that sort of weather, or really any sort of bad weather stuff where you are, you know. Because I know even if you don't live in like the areas that get tons of snow, then you have to worry about hurricanes, typhoons, sandstorms. Yeah, I think every region has their own sort of weather dilemmas, I think, except maybe, I don't know. Is there any areas that don't have any serious like weather stuff that goes on all the time? I don't know, like Europe maybe? Europe. Oh yeah, Europe. Maybe Europe. I don't know. Yeah, because think of it. If you're in the desert, you get the sandstorms that can blind you and stuff. If you go to, the northeast of USA where I am, you get nor'easter storms full of snow. You can still get hurricanes up here too, though they are rare. You can occasionally get like supercells up here too that can cause tornadoes and stuff. Go out in the center of the country, get more tornado activity, and then when you go west, yeah, a whole other batch of storms plus all the geological stuff. So yeah, I guess every region has their own problems. I suppose, yeah, most definitely. Well, I'll definitely be streaming before while that snow is falling down, and then right around the workday on Monday is the day I'll probably have to go out and clean some of that stuff up. Yeah, probably won't do all of it, depending on what the height is. Because the thing is, I don't have to worry about cleaning any drainage areas or anything because it's gonna stay frozen for a good amount of time. So yeah, you don't have to be in a rush for that, I guess. Yeah, no, that's definitely not. Because sometimes you have to worry about the next day it's all gonna melt and flood into your foundation or something. Not in this case, no. Most definitely won't. Which is good at least. Yeah. Yeah, I was deciding what to do today, and somebody submitted a cast series for me to cast. So I figured, you know what, this is a good activity to do for today. So let's do it, right? Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, I've been streaming a lot of Wars of Liberty ever since the Middle East patch came out, as you can tell. Yeah, I think that totally changed a lot of things for me because I realized, Wars of Liberty is at the root of what we do here on the Stilezzi channel, so we gotta cover that first and foremost. Yeah. I mean, there's obviously other mods I'm gonna be covering as well, other games and stuff. You've seen me levy into Star Wars, Kyber mods a bit, Kirby Air Riders, AoE 2, especially with the DLCs coming up. I'm gonna be on top of that stuff like a hawk. Oh yeah, all sorts of different things for us to do together, so that should be fun. Yeah, I just hope our channel grows to the heights it deserves and I can get a nice paycheck at the end of every month. Yeah, no, most definitely. I could use the money. Could definitely use the money where I am. Get some new hardware, get some food, you name it. Make things go a lot easier. What else is going on? Yeah, I don't know what we're doing this weekend. I'm assuming they're gonna have me maybe do some more HOTP stuff, right? Maybe. That's what I'm assuming. Also, I have to check in with Sandy Pearson because I think we're gonna be doing part 4 of that interview process from what I heard. I'm thinking we're gonna do it, but it's not 100% hashed out yet, so I have to definitely check back in with them and see what the plans are for that. I know you enjoyed seeing part 3 on my channel. I could probably put part 4 there as well. Yeah. Totally. Should be really fun. I know a lot of you like seeing the talk between us at that point about different AoE and RTS subjects. It was really fun. Yeah, because he literally designed the games that, my whole channel is based off of, so it was quite interesting, actually. And me, as sort of a player who's been doing it for a decade and a half, first half decade was just doing vanilla, and then after that, Napoleonic era for a year, and then Wars of Liberty for the next 10 years. So yeah, I know AoE 3 very well. I know AoE 2 very well. And I have enough experience with AOM and AoE 1 and stuff to go around as well. So yeah, all that basically. Yep. I just hope, we get a ton of new civs out of Wars Liberty, Age of the World, lots of new Age of Pirate maps. Maybe some new teams come along and create some new projects. That'd be great. That's really what I want to be covering, especially, And as time goes on, yeah, I'll be doing other game titles too, but AoE 3 is still going to be a big focus, I think, for the most part. At least it feels like it, yeah. Let me see here. Just making sure I don't forget any Discord servers, yeah. It's my only way of advertisement, you know what I mean? If I had some money, I'd pay someone to do this stuff. It's so annoying. Just have to go copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, like that. Yeah, no. You feel like an animatronic doing that. Like Five Nights at Freddy's type material. Oh, yeah, no, Five Nights at Freddy's. Yeah, Five Nights at Freddy's. Yeah. Yeah, and I think I'm starting to have second thoughts on doing that RPG game too, because I saw they updated some stuff about the advertiser guidelines on YouTube, and I was like, just because it's a little bit, it has spicier scenes in it, even though I'm not covering it, some kid could download. I'm probably not going to do that on my channel. I'm going to see if, Gavas can find someone else to do that on another platform or something. Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, it probably wasn't going to get a lot of views anyways, but, yeah, no. I'll have to convene with him at some point about maybe finding him a new person to do that on another platform. I don't know what platform that would even be that he would want to showcase that game on. Because, see, if he made it like a normal thing like Goose, then I think I could have, covered it, but because it's got kind of spicy stuff in there, which I don't know why he wanted to do that, but it beats me. Guess he thought it was a good idea. Now I fortunately want to, not risk it. Don't risk it for the trisket, Yeah, exactly. So yeah, no. I'm going to be sticking to AoE 3 for the most part right now, as well as AoE 2 and Age of Mythology, especially as those DLCs come around the corner. I don't know, I'll probably do AoE 4 at some point again, too. I keep saying that I am, and then better stuff comes along, and then I just skip it down the road like a stone in the water. Yeah. Somebody sent me a DM about Pac-Man in Steam. Okay. Interesting. I don't know how that relates to the series that we're casting today, but okay, I'll take it. Looks like it's loading the recordings right now. So where were we at last? Okay, the files are right there, right? Yep. Codef versus Nath. Codef versus Nav. Codef. See, they're doing so much series together. They have to come up with weird ways to spell out their names so they'll know what the recordings look like. So it's Codef versus Nav. That sounds like something you'd learn in school. Like Nav is math and Codef is coding or something. I don't know. Codef versus Nav. It definitely sticks in your brain. Sticks out like a sore thumb. And not in a bad way, in a good way. It helps you to remember it. So, we got Codev versus Nav. Codefender versus Nathan. Yeah. Is anyone going to be watching this with me, or am I just watching on my own? Let me see. Are you people here yet? Nobody's here. Nobody's here to watch it. Probably because I started too late. Fortunately, I had to deal with some stuff. But, we'll do it right now, okay? Yeah. At least you have some fun, alright? Let's enjoy this together. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed there were 4 people on before, but they left, so I don't know. Okay. So, what civs we got here? We got Nathan as Ethiopia. and Codefender as Russia. Russia versus Ethiopia. That is a good series to do. I mean, that is a good match to do, I should say. A good match to do. Ethiopia versus Russia does offer a lot of interesting perspectives. Yeah. Mainly because Ethiopia is like the mother of turtle sieves, right? They're very defensive. They're hard to crack their shell. And what is Russia known for? Cracking the shell of the sieve and rushing like crazy. So it's like two polar worlds against each other. Yeah. It really comes down to how good of Ethiopia Nathan is versus how good of a Russia the Codefender is. Yeah. Most definitely. Now, the Russia sieve, for the most part is pretty similar to vanilla, right? The big thing you're going to know right away, though, is that they train villagers one by one now, just like every other civ in the world does, right? Yeah, I guess they were looking for a good way to rework Brazil and make them a bit more viable in, like, multiplayer. So they ended up moving the whole train villager in blocks of 3 thing to Brazil, where they engage in quote-unquote slave trades, where they get about 3 of the African slaves for about 210 gold, right? And now Russia, because Brazil wants to use that bonus now, had to give it up, and now they just train villagers one by one now. And it's led to a bit of an interesting situation for Russia, because not only do they train villagers one by one now, they also get regular villager cards, right? They can send 3 settlers, they can send like 5 settlers. Russian build order looks a little bit more basic now, right? And then you can still run hunting dogs too. Yeah, it feels just like a regular European civ for the most part. So yeah, for people that sort of, didn't like the whole 270 food cost for training villas as Russia, at least now it feels a bit more standardized, right? Which is good. Also, the ability to ship in villager cards instead of trickles obviously gives you a lot more value too. Can help you out in so many ways as well. Other than that, for the most part, the same, right? You got the Radniki here, same as the unstoppable Steletsy, of course. You got your old friend the Cossack, line infantry, just musketeers. Europeans have them across the board. No more cav archers, though. You get dragoons. Falconets the same. They're called foot artilleries. These are just heavy cannons, but they've been reskinned, renamed into steel guns. Yeah, basically Russia's pretty much the same, except for a few little roster differences, yeah, here and there, as you'll notice when you play them. Ethiopia, though, totally different civ, right? African civ, they have this thing called the library, and the library has special texts, and when you research multiple ones, you will age up. He just sent a yellow library tech called Maria Theresa's letter, and basically what that does is it gives you food crates. Yeah, so you research it for about 250 food, and you get most of that food back from the tech. So yeah, Ethiopian yellow techs are very useful from their library, because you often get a lot of the investment cost of researching the tech stuck right back into your food inventory, which is really nice. Yeah, and unlike most cultures in AoE 3, the Africans work a little bit differently. So instead of getting a bunch of stuff unlocked when they age up, you get certain stuff unlocked when you research a certain number of library texts of a given category, right? So if you send like the first yellow library tech, which Nathan already did, you get access to the market. You send another one like Spice Market here, and then you get access to the granary, right? As well as the lot farms, so then you get your access to your late game farming economy as well, along with your level 2 market techs. Yeah. And basically, to age up, you either have to research a lot of the same color, or a certain mix of different colors to be able to age up, right? So, to get to age 2, you can either read like 1 red, 1 blue, 1 yellow, so all 3 of those, or you have to get 2 of 1 color, right? It's a lot more complicated than the system that the Middle East does with the madrasa. The madrasa is basically a very simplified library system from the Africans, since the African library system predates the Middle Eastern madrasa system in the mod by at least like 10, 20, 15 years or so of development. So yeah, One big thing about Ethiopia, though, they get free buildings. Yeah, for this free porter. It's the same thing as the Haudenosaunee Traveler, so you can kind of build any structure you want with it. You can build houses, you can build military buildings, market, late game eco stuff. Yeah, that's what these porters are all about. And the more town centers you have, of course, with Ethiopia, the more free porters you're going to get, because each TC gets one free queue of these porters. They do have a build limit of 10, though, so you can't just farm them up and just build a ton of stuff later, right? You either got to use them or lose them, I guess, if you want to keep the queues going on the porters, I guess. So once you get closer to that 10 build limit threshold, I would say go build something. But honestly, you should be building stuff a lot sooner, because you obviously are going to need a ton of buildings to stay alive as a civ. So what Nathan does, which is pretty smart, he goes for one of the most expensive things that he can afford with a porter, which is a garrison, because the garrison being built by a porter is going to save him like 200 wood to build that structure, right? Military buildings were a little bit different for Africa too. You don't really have distinctions like barracks, stable, or artillery foundry. You got the garrison, which is all your early game units. So things like archers, spearmen, hand cav, very basic stuff. Usually one unique unit that your civ possesses. Then you have the cantonment, which is like later game stuff. Usually you get like 2 unique units there, as well as more modernized, Europeanized weapons like machine guns, skirmishers, and dragoons of some kind. And then you get the palace, which has a special ultimate unit, which is like a super elite unit, as well as your heavy artillery, which is usually the mound gun, but could be other things too, like Ethiopia gets the Sevastopol on top of the mound gun. So yeah, that's kind of how the African military system works. Now he's going for a blue library tech. For Ethiopia, the blue library techs do 2 things. They basically improve the hit points on all your buildings except for the walls and gates. Also, they increase the population space of these apartment houses here. These apartment houses start at a population cost of 5 and cost 150 wood. Normally that would be super bad. Your civ would probably be garbage, like F tier bad, but because of blue library techs, actually the pop space goes up. So eventually, if you get all 6 blue library techs, these houses will give you a 35 pop a piece for 150 wood, which is a steal, you know? Just have to invest more into them, basically. Yeah, so it all works out in the end, right? Nathan's going to start off with Neftanyas. Neftanyas, you remember these guys from Definitive Edition, right? Well, in Wars of Liberty world, they're musketeers and not skirms, but the same idea. An Ethiopian soldier with a gun. That's basically it. Only these guys are going to be good at killing cav rather than, well, they can still kill infantry rather good too, especially as you start to upgrade them more as well, so yeah. They start out a bit on the weaker side in range damage, but they quickly get better over time as you continue to get red library techs. The red library techs are the ones that actually add more damage to gunpowder units, as well as the range attack on buildings. Really turn Ethiopia into a monster of a turtle civ, but also a military powerhouse too. Blockhouse is going right here. Nathan, pay attention. Sir. You could have taken out that settler, man, if you just looked a little bit closer over there. See, he realized too late, and he lost a good opportunity to at least lop one of his settlers. You gotta pay attention to that stuff. You could have gotten one of them. You see how much seconds he had there to walk around and then shoot back? That could have taken out a settler, so yeah. Now, I would say be careful, because you don't know what Codefender's sending out of here. Is he sending anything here directly? Yes, he is. Ratniki. Unstoppable Stiletzis, but not unstoppable Stiletzis. Yeah, Ratnikis. Of course, since they're based off of, me, the Unstoppable Stiletzi, they will have multipliers against heavy infantry, which will allow them to wipe out these Neftanyas rather easy. However, it looks like Nathan did get a jump on him a bit, and he does have a pretty sizable mass, so it's really up to him how he wants to deal with this. He can either retreat, or he can try to fight him for a bit. It's really what he thinks is most, affordable. But of course, if he retreats, the Ratnikis can sort of trail him a bit and shoot at some of his stuff. Yeah. Now, these guys do have a movement speed of 4.5. Actually, pretty good. I mean, it's on par with an Ashigaru Musketeer, so they can chase down the Naftanyas a little bit, which moves slightly slower. And of course, they have the better range too, so that helps out a bit. Not by a lot, it's only 14, but still. Okay, so Nathan takes his next porter and he builds a spice shop. It's not really that important right now, but it will matter a lot later. Africans are currently the only culture, except for the Asians, as you know, that uses export, right? But Africa doesn't get export the same way. They don't have vills that just auto-gathered for them. They actually have to train these spice stalls and have the villagers or their tradesmen units like collect them like a resource. Sort of like a farm of export that has limited resources and you have to keep building more of them as the old ones expire. Yeah, that's kind of the theme of the African culture, at least for now. A very Age of Empires 2 type macro of planting things and having to replant them again and again and again. Yeah. But don't worry though, it's usually worth it because if you have like a ton of like villagers, you can gather export rather quickly. A lot faster than the Asians would, which would be a much more gradual start, right? So if you want to go heavy into export, have your vills like right on top of the spice shop with 5 spice stalls, you totally can and get a ton of export that way. So it has its pros and its cons, like anything in RTS. Yeah. He's got a huge stack of Nathanias right here. He's also going to train camel riders and ship them in. Camel riders, they're just Cossacks. They're Cossacks on a camel. Really nothing to them. And no, they don't have any multipliers against Cav. You would think that they would, but no. They're literally just smelly Cossacks. They're stinky Cossacks. You know, like real Cossacks stink because it's a big sweaty Russian. It smells like vodka, of course, and pierogies, I guess. In this case, it's stinky because, well, it's a camel. And whatever sort of spice on the food that the Ethiopian eats, I guess. Yeah, no. Stinky cavalry, yeah. Whereas Codefender, he's going to be bringing in a shipment of Cossacks, which is typical of a Russian in 1v1. You often just train infantry from your blockhouse, and then you send the supporting Cossack shipments to, deal with sort of skirmisher type units, or maybe even raid or something. Right now, it looks like Nathan was thinking of doing a raid, I guess, or maybe pressuring a bit. Now he realizes he might need to keep the camels close to home, because now he's got so many of these Ratnikis here. This is a huge skirmisher army, so you're going to need some Ancav. You ideally want to get a lot of them. You know why? Because you know that your opponent here is going to have at least 9 Cossacks, because you get a 5 Cossack shipment as Russia, and then you get a 4 Cossack shipment, so that's 9. 9. You will probably want something in the realm of like 14, 15, 16 or something. Now, I want to look statistically what's the difference between a Camel Rider and a Cossack. So the Camel Rider has 230 HP and 25 hand attack. Cossack has a little bit more attack, but less HP. So they're not exactly the same unit. They're not exactly the same unit per se. I mean, also do the stats change when he's... Nope, the stats don't change. And what's the Camel Riders cost? I'm curious. Oh, so they cost the same, but they have slightly variations in their stats. Also, the Camel Riders are quicker. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, that's in history. That would only be the case if you're in like a sandy environment. But, well, actually, no, not even a sandy environment. Because I remember when I was like discussing, the Fire and Reform mod with the Chinese developer there, and I said, why don't you have more camel units for the Middle Eastern and North African cities? And he said, hey, historically, even in places where camels were used in warfare, horses were still the preferred, form of cavalry, because even in sandy environments, horses, as long as it wasn't like overwhelming sand, would still like be a better maneuvering unit than a camel would. It's only in like really thick desert environments, like tons of sand like the Sahara, and engaging in the salt trade across the desert of the Sahara, that, camels would be better long term. If you were like obviously along the North African coast and you could use horses, that would actually be better for you. Or if you were in the Levant or coastal Arabia. Yeah, as long as you were in like super deep desert where you'd be there for long periods of time, the horses would always, be a better cavalry source than the camels usually. Camels were seldom used outside of very niche situations. Yeah. So indeed, he is going to go with more camel riders, which is the preferred play. He's also going to ship in bowmen, which is his archer unit. It's a shared archer unit that all three of the African cities right now have. It's good against muskets, good against dragoons, so a bit of his own skirmishers. Now, how much hand cab do you have here? You got about 8 Cossacks. Now you're going to have about this huge stack of camel riders. He's going to be cutting right into the Ratnikis. It's got a few line infantry mixed in, though, so that could be a problem. Let's see the bowmen. Let's see if he can target the bowmen onto the line infantry to get the most optimal use of those multipliers. If he can do that, that could be great. Definitely don't let the Cossacks get him, though. I mean, obviously don't maneuver too much to save them, but still, try to make a little bit of an effort to survive them. Okay, so Cossacks are dead. There's a couple bowmen there, more Neftanyas coming out. Definitely, if you're playing defense here, the defender's always going to have the advantage because he can reinforce his position a little bit faster, right? But can he hold the line? Doesn't look like he can because these Ratnikis multipliers are really creeping up on the Neftanyas. Also, Nathan is not microing his left flank here for a bit, and he's ended up shooting the Explorer instead of targeting into the main army that's the threat, so that part too. Looks like all of Nathan's army is dead, and that's never a good sign. When you lose your army, and your opponent still has a large army, that really pushes the match in their favor. Yeah, it does. It's a huge advantage for them. Yeah, it literally gives them a huge advantage. I'm not even kidding. Like, it's a big advantage. Yeah, now you got camel riders down here. You're going to get some more Neftanyas. 700 coin coming in. Very good stuff. Back over here, you got more batches of line infantry coming out. Most definitely. And by the way, yes, Russia's sort of infantry bonus is still a thing, where their infantry is cheaper but weaker is true. So these line infantry are not full line infantry. They're slightly weaker, slightly cheaper ones still. Right. I guess the main difference is with this Russia, they actually get a Royal Guard upgrade, which sort of compensates for the lack of stats a little bit, right? So they get a Royal Guard called the Frontovik or the Frontoviki Royal Guard upgrade. So they gain another 10% stats that the vanilla Russian muskets wouldn't have. I think for right now, obviously, Codefender has a huge advantage. Big advantage. Huge advantage. I'm thinking maybe, I don't know if it would have been risky, Nathan should have considered having Codefender come this close so that the TC could deliver some good damage. Yeah, because, again, every red library tech that you research improves the range attack of this town center as well as other range buildings, which means they could have been doing astronomical damage to the attacker, potentially killing off Radniks in one shot, or something close to that, and then the rest of your army could handle the line infantry. And it would still be messy, but the battle would be more favorable, because look at what's happening right here. There's so much Codefender infantry that the spice shop is going to fall rather quickly. And what else is going on here? Let's see what's up with Nathan. So Nathan's picking up another yellow library tech. Probably to get himself in age 3 somehow. He probably wants to eat into his good shipments like Ascari, Tigray, Revolving Can, these 3. But it's going to take him some time to do that, obviously. Cool. If you are trying to do that, yep, yellow library tech is going to be the good one to start with here. So the telephone, simply put, because it's going to return you food that you can use to get the next library tech that you want, whether that's red or blue, to get you into that age up, yeah. You could even go for the 4th yellow one, which it looks like he is, the postal office. Yeah, that's going to give him a lot of food crates. Now, what I'm worried about is Nathan has no way to clean up the swarm of units, and he's just going to lose the TC. And then Codefender can sweep in with some settlers and eat up all these food crates. Might be even worse if he does get to age 3 and he can't even use that food. Because you're basically throwing the dog a bone of like 1K food into their back pocket. Enough for them to actually age up and maybe hit you with 2 cannons, maybe send a big army of stuff. That's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta be careful with Ethiopia, you know? If you know them, how to turtle with them well, they're your best friend. If you mess it up, you're not gonna get very far with them, right? So you gotta be careful. You gotta be very, very careful how you play Ethiopia. And maybe you should have had at least 1 tower up sooner with the help of his free porters. I could have maybe made this a lot harder for Codefender to pull off, because here's the thing. Guess what? Russian units have less HP because they're weaker but cheaper. So that means if you can get a lot of range buildings down, you can potentially kill most of them with the buildings. And use your army as sort of a reservist one that only comes out when he reaches a certain threshold into the base to spray the stuff in the front and then pulls back. That's the way you have to think of Ethiopia. You gotta keep, like, deterring the enemy from attacking you, because every time they try to, you just keep killing all their stuff, burrowing down their army, and then making them lose all the resources, and then they retreat. That's sort of the way you play Ethiopia. You're supposed to, like, discourage the enemy from rushing you, if that makes any sense. Yeah. You have to become like anti-aggro, basically. Make them anti-aggro because they're just afraid to lose another army again and be put on the back pedal of their lost food and gold income. Yeah, because remember, maps only have so much resources in food and gold. So if you can convince your opponent that going in with another army is going to get it killed again, they're going to look at the mines, they're going to look at the hunts, and they're going to say, you know what, maybe I should try to go to H3, get some artillery, and come back. And that'll give you time to do a bit of booming and do what you have to do as Ethiopia. Maybe even get Goa migration to get some free villagers at each TC. So he does reach H3. He did not get to deliver those food crates over, though. So guess what? That went all into Russia's hands now. Look at how much food he's got here. He's got over, wow, look at that, 1,400 food. Almost 1,400 food there. Plus he's pushing away your hunts. He's bringing the goats of yours back to his base. He has enough food to age up right now, and he's shipping in the coin right now because you just gave him an ample opportunity to get a fortress age. Because now you got no army to threaten him. He's got a superior force, so he can just age up, get some vet upgrades on these troops, and then ship in 2 cans and you're probably gone. That's why it's a strategy game. You have to be strategic. You have to think, alright, what are my odds, right? And now Codefender's odds are pretty good because you have no way to contest. Okay, well, you're still contesting a little bit, I see over here, but relatively speaking, this army is pretty minuscule. All it takes is for Codefender to, like, engage directly, and this is dead. You don't have a huge stack to work with right now, it looks like. That being said, he still has a bit of resources left. He could probably chop a bit of wood here, get another apartment up, and probably ship in 8 of scars. He's already shipped in revolving cannons, but he's got nothing protecting him, right? Because now he's kind of like a banana split. He's got his infantry up here, he's got his shipments down here. And he doesn't have a lot of shipments to defend that either. He can get like a couple Tigray Lancers in case of Cav, and then a couple of Scaris to protect from infantry, but that's about it. So it's going to force the manual act of taking this Neftanya army right here and running it all the way down here. And hopefully they don't get killed along the way, as it's midpoint to the blockhouse over here. So yeah, that's what you have to worry about. That being said, I thought this was a little risky. You got to make sure, and if you deliver crates to your blockhouse, that you have vills nearby, and that the blockhouse isn't under any sort of danger. Because just imagine if Nathan had a bigger force and he decided to rush at this blockhouse. These vills could have been whacked, and then Codefender wouldn't be able to get his coin shipment, potentially stagnate him. So that could be risky. I would say in general, try to keep your shipment point in your town center up here and not in the front lines, right? Just keeping it back in your base unless you really need the units up front. Like if you're shipping in 2 cannons to change the impact of a battle that's happening right here, right now. If you gotta do that, do that. But otherwise, I say just keep the thing in your base. So if it's villagers, the villagers are less likely to get shot and killed on the front lines. If it's crates, obviously the crates will be going to you and not your enemy if they take that position somehow with RNG and good macro and micro skills. That's all I'm saying, basically. Just be strategic. Be super strategic and use your tactics. Be very intelligent with your tactics there. Otherwise, you could run into some big problems. Yeah, totally. He's going to be aging up with the Cornet. This is the same as the Scout in the 5th edition, which means you'll get about 4 free Cossacks. Get some free cavalry with it. It's quite nice. And that should basically be enough to deal with this whole Nathan situation, right? Because he doesn't have a lot of anti-cap protection here. He's amassing some Neftanyas. Well, he's not anymore. He's going to have to rebuild the garrison to do that again. He's got a shipment of Ascaris. He's got 2 revolving cannons. The really only other thing he can ship in at this point is the Tigray Lances, which are definitely good. He could also get Spearmen too if he wants to get another shipment of stuff. But outside of that, what do you got? You got 1,000 gold, okay. 700 wood. Infantry combat upgrade here. Another infantry combat. Well, this is infantry and cavalry. Food gather rate. You might want to consider Prazo as well. Prazo will give you a TC back, because you definitely need a TC and get some economy. So maybe you should consider Prazo. So that way you're no longer have an issue of no TC, right? You could obviously use your 7. You could use your 600 wood to build a TC too, and maybe get a second one. Just more stuff to think about, right? Yeah, most definitely. And then when you get 2 TCs, I'd say try to get Goa migration, get some free vills out. That'll really help you out there. Big advantage for Codefender is because he already has an army, a sizable one at that. He doesn't have to worry about training more troops. He can literally just focus on upgrading them and making them stronger. So he's picking up veteran on the line infantry, and he's going to be... He picked up veteran on the Ratniki. So, veteran skirm, veteran musket. Plus, he's got some free Cossacks there, too, that he got from the age up. So, his army's looking pretty well-rounded. Kinda has a lot under control there. Cossacks can obviously be used to, like, run towards the artillery. And even if they get shredded up, he can use enough line infantry and Ratniki to make a move onto his artillery and infantry. Being quite strategic there, which should be pretty good. Yeah, most definitely. Was going up to age 4 with the Colonel. Interesting. So he's going for a fast industrial. Very nice. Good tactic. Awesome. Okay, so that gave him a huge army of line infantry there. So what can he do now? He should probably get his factories. Get factory 1, factory 2. You could pick up your provincial combat to get the stats up on your Radniki and your pikemen. That's good. Maybe pick up Frontoviki for your line infantry, making them much more resilient. It could be great. Because right now I think Nathan's just a sitting duck right now. It's like, what is he going to do to defend? Doesn't have much at this point. Yeah, no, not much. Not a lot he can defend with, honestly. So, yeah. C'est la vie, as they say. A la vista, baby. Yeah. I guess he listened to me in that regard. He picked up his Prazo. Good. And he already built the TC too, so If you could somehow squeegee a shipment, maybe you could get Goa migration, try to recover your Vil numbers somehow, some way. It's the only thing I guess you could try to do, I suppose, in this situation. Yeah, it's definitely. It's a bit tough. Don't have a lot you can do, really. Gonna have to make it work somehow. He brings his tradesmen up to the front, which I'm like, why? You know this isn't a good combat unit to use, right? Not really. It's really just like almost like a villager in a way. Oh yeah, no, he should be either building TPs or he should be collecting export spice dolls for you. Definitely shouldn't be on the front lines there getting killed and stuff. Looks like that was a clean win for Codefender. He takes the first win of the series. Now we're going to be going on to game 2. Let me restart the game so we can get into game number 2. Also, I could let the HOTP Discord know about this series as well. I was thinking of doing that before, but I wanted to save it for the end there. So yeah, maybe I'll send him a ping right now. While this is loading up. Say, hey, we got a beautiful series here if you want to check it out. Yeah, probably do that right now. Yep, I just sent it to them now if they want to see it. Yeah. Alright, so now we're going on to game number 2 of Codev versus Nath. Codev versus Nath. See, that's what I'm saying. That was a wonderful way to describe the recordings, because now I remember it. Codev versus Nath. Alright, Codev versus Nath 2. Let's try it. See how it looks. Should be pretty fun. Let's see what Sids are doing this time. I mean, we just saw an Ethiopia versus Russia. What are we looking at now? Alright, so we got Nathan as Paraguay. A very solid pick. Codefender, Mapuche. So we got Mapuche versus Paraguay. This is a pretty nice one, honestly. Should be a pretty good series. Let's see how these two do it, right? And I'm realizing this might be a duplicate of a game we did yesterday, but that's totally fine. We can take it in as part of the series, yeah. And maybe even review some stuff that we didn't see the first time. Yeah. So, in general, Paraguay versus Mapuche is a very spicy topic, right? Both sides really can do some good damage to each other, I should say. Yeah. Because basically, the Mapuche come in very strong with some elite units here that could really shake up Paraguay. So, we'll have to see how this turns out. Also, it really depends on making sure that Nathan gets his works buildings on time and he macros properly, otherwise he can run into some issues. He is picking up a 40 food treasure, which is great. Definitely should help out quite a bit. Let's see how Codefender's doing with this Mapuche civ. So is there any good treasures he's getting, maybe? Let's see. Okay, he's got a gold one there, 40 gold. You should be able to get that. Yeah. See, the thing that makes Mapuche really good for treasure collection is the fact that they get 5 heroes, 5 explorers. Every member of your council, your native council. Because look, when you look at a native home city, right? Note it up. See that? They don't appear there because they're on the map playing for you. I should have mentioned that. You'll definitely see them if you're like in the loading screen of the game, but if you're actually playing the game, they're completely gone because they're playing as your explorers here. And you know what they do actually? They actually ship cards directly to you without the home city. So notice how there is like no cards in this deck, right? No cards in the deck. Normally that would be really bad, right? You'd say, hey, is this Civ like bugged or something? There's no cards. No, you get the cards through the war chiefs here, with each one having their own category of cards reminiscent of an actual home city. So you got one that has like crates and villagers, one that has like infantry and artillery stuff, one that has like foreign shipments and navy, one that's like economic, and one that's like, forts and native build limits and stuff like that. Yeah. You even get a sixth one that's totally dedicated to cavalry as well. So, yeah, it's kind of the way the Mapuche work. That being said, try not to lose these war chiefs at all. One of them gets killed, you could get killed yourself. There, you could get completely cooked. You could get cooked big time. You gotta be careful. Most definitely. Gotta be careful of that. Especially this one, and this one and this one are the most essentials because that has a lot of your competitive cards. Your villager cards, your infantry cards, your crate cards, covered wagon type stuff, military upgrades. Those ones, if you don't have them, could get you cooked. Occasionally, though, this one and this one will also matter, particularly if you need like a Ford wagon, which Mapuche gets. If you need like a foreign shipment of some sort of unit or a support card, that sort of thing. So yeah, no, technically all 5 of the war chiefs matter, but the ones I listed in that like tier list category, matters more, I should say. Yeah. And yes, you do get a few cards that are infinite shipments as well, so don't worry about that. You will be able to use your shipments in late game, particularly through the infinite resource crate cards that the primary chief up there gets here. This guy, he can get resource crates infinitely, and he can also get some infinite shipments of Mawadanches too. So your shipments don't go to waste in the late game, which is good. As you can tell, the biggest advantage of Mapuche by far is the fact that you don't have to build a deck, right? You can send any card you want, any card in the home city. Economic, military, defense, infrastructure, anything that you want can be shipped in any game. So, you have a huge card advantage if you can leverage it. And often you can, because there's another bonus related to that. Your Mapuche villagers auto-gather XP. That's right, they auto-gather XP. So they're constantly trickling XP while they work, which means you're going to receive shipments a lot faster than a lot of other civs, except for maybe the Spanish and stuff, right? Pretty cool, huh? Oh yeah, no, it's really nice. Yeah. You also get a cool house here called Ruka. It's basically a house and a native embassy put into one. So it gives you about 20 pop. Much pop is a longhouse, and it costs about the same cost as one. But it can also train native warriors that you're allied to from the map, right? So if you lock onto this Tupi site here, the Karaha, you can send the Tupi archers there, which is really good. Yeah. Very nice, huh? Yeah, no, most definitely. And I'm trying to see here what Nathan's up to. So looks like he shipped in a Foodworks. Yeah, shipped in a Foodworks. He does also have Hemeroteca, which is good. This is a must-have, but you should consider sending it as your second shipment. See, one thing that I do that Nathan clearly doesn't do here is he doesn't re-macro to build a second Foodworks, which I think is a risk. I used to play a lot like Nathan is now, and I was finding myself really behind a lot of the time. Yeah, I think it's pretty essential when you play Paraguay that you try to get some vills onto coin, some onto wood, and try to get a second Foodworks in Age 1. And then for your second shipment, you would send Hemeroteca, get your bill limit of Foodworks up by or any works buildings up by 1, then you age up with the French immigrants and get the tech bakeries. And that way you can get 4 food crates out very quickly without paying a whole lot for it, too. It's really nice. However, I think he goes Croatians, right? He goes Croats. Yep, Croatians is a alternative to going French immigrants is Paraguay, whereas French immigrants clearly have the better techs, I would say, especially on the militaristic side, but also the economic side with the bakeries tech. Croatians, as an initial age up, can give you a nice advantage by giving you about 300 wood. So, kind of like a little bit of a weaker quartermaster. So, you can take that wood, get a barracks up in a house. Could be helpful to you. And there's definitely some Paraguay players in Wars Liberty that prefer the Croatian 300 wood to all the perks and doodads of the French. So, yeah. You gotta pick and choose your battles. Another thing, too, that makes French better than Croatians, they get more immigrant battalion options from their colony, and they can send them from one of them from age 2, whereas Croatians only get 1 from the building itself, and they have to wait till age 3 to use it. So, if you're planning on using immigrant battalions, you gotta go the French route, unfortunately. And then the Paraguayans' other option is the Scandinavians, and they can't give you any age 2 stuff either. So, you're kind of locked into going with the French. If you want early game stuff there, right? Yeah, no. Or you would have to ship in advanced immigrants to get a Spanish colony. That's another option, but that might be a bit too tedious to put into a build order. So, yeah, do as you wish. But, yeah, usually French is going to be the play, I would say. Yeah, the Spanish will give you, like, Croyos, which are muskets, which, really doesn't meld well into the Paraguayan military system of doing things, so... Yeah, I don't know if that would be used or not, honestly. Most definitely. So we got 700 wood coming in for Nathan. He's getting his infrastructure up. Building the barracks right away. This is smart. It's good that he also had his villas on wood for a while. This is something you usually want to do with Paraguay is get your barracks out right away. And actually start production of some military. Try to get escopeteros out. And maybe some pardos as well. That can be very, very strategic for you. Yeah, you most definitely want to do that. Because it'll really give you a good advantage during the battle. Most definitely. Looks like the wood is still coming in now. Very nice. Croatian colony coming up. How is Codefender doing though? So Codefender looks like he is sending in some 700 wood. If I remember from the build order I saw the other day, though, he did actually go for 5 villagers as Mapuche as well, which, again, is a very smart idea. And I think he's also going to go for 700 coin and go for a fast fortress. Yeah. Yeah, in general, Mapuche has 2 options. You get the hyper aggro option, which can often work, where you get a war hut, you go full Trangalev, and then you throw in Wakalev Spearman as needed. And then you just send big bulky shipments of Mawadanches and stuff and try to run your enemy through early. Or you can go for a fast fortress. Try to maybe get some Tracotufe skirmishers, maybe the artillery piece shipment. Try to play it like a European fast fortress, which you can, Because again, the Mapuche have skirmishers, they have artillery in H3. They can play a lot like the Europeans in that sense. Just that their artillery is a little bit, limited. It's not quite like a falconet. It's a bit closer to like a lever cannon, sort of. Though I think it's a little bit better than the lever cannon from D, if I remember correctly. Yeah, no, Mapuche gives you a lot of flexibility. Yeah. Another thing, too, that maybe Codefender should consider here, get a fire pit. Yeah, no, all these new Native American civs from South America do have fire pits now. That wasn't the case for over 10 years, for over a decade. These civs did not have a fire pit. But about a decade into the mod's development, we did get a fire pit, right? And a fire pit actually improved these civs quite a bit, right? So before, what these South American native civs had was a separate building called the Monument, right? And the monument, could actually use Age of Mythology style god powers without a cooldown. Can you believe that? Wars of Liberty invented the idea of rechargeable god powers, even before Age of Mythology Retold came out years later. Funny, isn't it? Yeah, no, totally. Many people don't even know that fact, but that's true. Yeah, Wars of Liberty being the first place where rechargeable god powers were a thing. Not kidding. No kidding. But I guess the devs thought that it was like historically inaccurate. It looked a bit gimmicky and stuff. So you opted to just give these guys a fire pit, like the rest of the native civs, like the Lakota and the Haudenosaunee. And the fire pit, has really most of the dances that you would think of, like the fertility dance, the warrior dance for the attack, emergency archers, call back your war chief, all that stuff is there. So that's good, right? Yeah, no, that's good. Even Mapuche even gets a unique dance to call out this elite unit that has multipliers against mercenaries and spies and explorers and stuff. So yeah, they kind of get something reminiscent to like the skull knight dance and the dog soldier dance of the respective other native civs, which is good. Totally. Now, one thing I'm going to say critically here about this build by Codefender, you really should rethink maybe going with tracking if you're going to age up. You know why? There is a tech through your economic war chief here, this one here, Machi Island here, that can research all of your market upgrades for free up to the ones in Fortress Age. So both of your hunting techs, 2 of your mining techs, and 3 of your wood chopping techs, except for the one that's in Imperial Age. Saving you a ton of resources and giving you like an instant score spike. Yeah, so I thought that was a little risky, especially considering now you're, farming multiple shipments now. I would definitely make, I think it's traditional Mapu or Wada Mapu or something like Poo, something like that. Gets you all your market techs for free up to like the Fortress Age. Would have sent that as well as probably unit shipment to like Tralca Two-Face or something. Yeah. That being said though, you gotta be careful because you're dealing with Paraguay. And Paraguay, of course, gets units for free, right, from the barracks and the stable. Oh, it looks like he's going with Naguletan. Now, this is a good card to get. This one will essentially improve the gather rate of your villagers of XP. So when your villagers work, they will auto gather even more XP than normal, making them even more efficient. Yeah, very nice. Whereas Nathan going the aggressive route, just trying to accumulate free troops from his stable. Akayobatais, these are sort of like trashy Cossack things with multipliers against skirms. Yeah, like super weak and cheap Sawars, basically. And then the other unit here, the Petit Rai from the barracks. Basically really weak and cheap Mosquiteros. So, heavy cavalry with splash attack, but very weak and cheap. Yeah. So really, Paraguay just gets like free cavalry, really. One on a horse, one off a horse. That's about it. And then one of the best units to train alongside that, Escopetero. It's Latin America as a whole, their early game skirmish unit, and it does splash attack because it uses a shotgun weapon. So it does area of effect of about 1, which means more often than not it's going to damage multiple units when it shoots. Very nice. Very effective. Makes it like semi-artillery in a way. And the more Escopeteros you get, the better the effect usually is. So yeah. Just note that some of the bullets have less than perfect accuracy, so they won't always hit. There is a arsenal tech you get in H3 called Buckshot that I think gets the accuracy up to like 90% on the bullets or something, so that the ones that shoot off do find targets of some kind. Oh, that's interesting, because before what that tech would do is it would give the Escopetero like 2 splash, but now it just gives the weapon more accuracy. Allowing it to actually do realistically more damage instead of maybe doing more damage with the spread. Yeah. He's also going to be aging up with first French wave. So now he is going to pick up French. French first age up's going to give him food crates. Yeah. He will get access to some, I would say okay, card options. The biggest one, I think, is the one that basically allows Nathan to convert his culverins into falconets. That can be a nice swapperoo to confuse your opponent, I think, depending on the situation of a fight. Though I don't think, at least not yet, he's going to go for a huge army of Pedreros yet. Doesn't seem likely. And it's from Spearman too. This is what often a Paraguay player will do. Start out Escopetero, build a backbone of good range stuff that can deal with different armies. And once you solve that problem, then you can throw in the Spearman a bit later and act as the siege and attack. Yeah. Most definitely. Vubli. I don't even have Vubli. Yeah, I gotta install Vubli. I haven't used Vubli in a long time. I don't think I've even ever installed Vubli on this PC now that I think about it. I've only used Game Ranger and Rabbit on here. Like some of my old PCs, I had Vubli on it. Not this one. It'd be a bit of a project for me to get that back on, probably. Yeah. Okay, so Maodanche shipment here, followed by Tralcatufe. That's a very strong, fast fortress lineup. These Maodanches, these guys are pretty dangerous, actually, if you look at them correctly. So what they do is, they're a hybrid between a musket and a skirmisher. And what does that mean? Basically, that means that they will act like a skirmisher at range and have multipliers against heavy infantry and dragoons. And then in melee, they act like a Rajput because they have like little Qatar type things on their arms there that they can use to slice through cavalry. Not all cavalry though, only scouted maneuver. They apparently have a weakness to assault units, which I thought was a pretty interesting touch by the developers. Yeah. Because, yeah, you might have like little Qatar blades, but good luck taking out a fully armored knight with those things. Not going to go very well. Especially since they're not as strong as the gauntlets that, say, a Rajput or a Tiger Claw would use in melee, particularly. And then right here, we have a shipment of Tralcatufes. Tralcatufes are Mapuche skirmishers. What makes them different than other skirmishers is the fact that they have more HP. So they're very tanky, but they are more expensive. You look at the cost, well, actually, they're not that expensive. They're actually pretty affordable. You know why? I think it's because their attack is generally less than a European skirmisher, but they're just more durable. In most cases, that's often a better trade, because that means in like range combat, when you're fighting other skirmishers, they're going to be able to survive like ranged exchanges a lot easier, honestly, which is good, right? Then you have the war chiefs return to the base. That's a good idea. Like, unless you need to use these guys for something specific, don't try to bring them into your battles. I know how hard it is because when you use the, attack move thing over here on the map, it's gonna like move your explorers with the rest of your army. Try to avoid using that if you can, because if these guys again they get knocked out, the cards that they can let you send from them gone until they come back, right? And I'll tell you one thing, which is because of the coding limitations of the game, the fire pits like recover your war chief thing only works on one of the war chiefs. It won't work on the other ones. So if you lose all 5 of the war chiefs, only the one that gives you crates and villagers can be recovered. And you're still going to have to like get your army in there and try to like salvage it. Yeah, no. It's a bit tough. Big time. Looks like Codefender did try to scout out his enemy's position there. Says what he has. He's got some hand cav. Has some Premier Denines. Now Calpiterais, he's got some skirms, escopeteros, part of spearmen, even has the Cojete rockets, because remember, Nathan went to Fortress Age, which means he can ship this building in, the card from Fundiciones. Fundiciones gives you the heavy works. It's like the Paraguayan's most unique building, one that actually gives them free artillery. Yeah, in the form of these Cojete rockets. They're really pretty much like a mortar culverin hybrid, which most artillery are. Because now there's really there's like 2 to 3 defining camps of artillery in War's Liberty now. You got your falconets, and you got your culverin/mortar hybrids. You also have machine guns, which is actually good against cavalry, and then you have like anti-personnel, which is like a falconet but really strong, like maybe a heavy cannon. Those are the sort of 4 defining artillery types that we see for the most part in this mod now. Yeah. In general, I would say pretty much the cohetes, while good, you're going to want a lot of them if you want to really siege an opponent. Yeah, that's especially true. You're going to want a lot of them to try to siege your opponent out. Otherwise, it could be a bit tough, actually. So, yeah, most definitely. Looks like Nathan thinks he can maybe push his opponent. Can he? Let's check. Let's see if he can. Well, I think maybe, maybe not. What is Codefender doing? Okay, so he is shipping in. Oh gosh, he went to Fast Industrial, and he's getting the big 9 shipping to Maudanches. Very dangerous, because you know why? Because these Maudanches are not a trainable unit. They are, well, shadow teched. Yeah, they're a shadow tech unit, which means basically they're, yeah, upgrade for free. So they get a free veteran upgrade and they get a free guard upgrade, which means now these guys do 45 hack attack, 45 hack attack at range. That's not enough to just kill muskets like these spears. Line units, more specifically, it could also gut these skirms. You know, these vivandelas, Juanitas Bonitas, Escobateros. Very dangerous. So yeah, what Codefender's going to do is he's going to slightly pull back his force a little bit into position. Then he's going to make some moves onto those infantry and try to come up with some sort of position here to attack those units. Yeah, definitely. I see him trying to micro there, and he's doing a pretty good job. I mean, he doesn't really need to worry about those rockets that much. They do, yes, do crush damage, but the amount that they do is not overwhelming. I mean, 15 crush damage with 1 splash, not the end of the world. That's like a really, really weak grenadier at best. So, yeah, your infantry can often tank a ton of those rockets before they fall. Yeah, totally. Also, looks like Codefender picked up the Wakelaf Spearmen there to front his army with and hack into the Vivanderas a bit with them. Pretty good. Yeah. And now he's like targeting down these rockets now, these cohetes, because guess what? These Maudanches, they do range hack damage, which means they ignore the pierce armor on these guys, so they can like lop them off very quickly. Very quickly. Looks like Nathan had a couple of spare troops over here, probably for scouting and maybe some sort of weak raid, but yeah, I don't think they're going to really do a lot there, honestly. It's definitely, yeah. Let's see here what we got. We got Champion Wakelev. This is the guard upgrade for these spearmen. Makes them even stronger. Yeah. Now, generally these Wakelev spearmen, the Mapuche, are pretty good because the multipliers are kind of close to that of a pikeman. Damage is pretty decent. Speed is really good. HP is good. They also get some special abilities later on through some cards sent through one of the war chiefs. They can gain the ability to build your standard military stuff like your war huts, your corrals, and your siege workshops. They can do that. They can also be made to rebuild your forts. It's really cool, kind of like the Russians in a way. They can even plant landmines. Yes, just like the spies can. They can dig up landmines that instantly kills units and walk over them. Nice. Yeah, I mean, Mapuche obviously has access to the safe house too, and they can use actual spies to do that, but you can do it with your Wakelafs too. so you never have to pull out a bajillion coin to basically, put those landmines up pretty much. Yeah, which is really good. Totally good. And it looks like he's picking a veteran on the Trengolaf too. These are your assault units here. So yeah, they're basically like if you took a Coyote Runner and a Splash Lancer and you gave them a kid together. That's sort of what these are. So, a dismounted cavalry that has multipliers against infantry. Yeah, pretty good unit, Their multipliers are about 2x, so they do quite a bit of damage. Then you can obviously upgrade their stats with cards from the warrior war chief. They even get one from the cavalry war chief that also gives them extra slight bit multipliers. I think like 2.2. They do like 2.2, 2.3 against like infantry, which makes them slightly better. Yeah, stuff like that basically, I would say. Totally. What's this over here? We got the guard upgrade for the Trengolafs. Yeah, very nice. Very good stuff. Whereas Nathan down here, he's just massing up troops. He's got a fort here. This is a smart idea. Get a fort. It's going to make it hard for perhaps Codefender pushing you. He'll actually probably need to get some artillery of his own just to push this position. Because he can't just hug it around with his spearmen. He would actually need some like range support there to actually make sure that all his spearmen aren't completely gutted right away. So yeah, because see now, Nathan's got the defensive advantage. He's got his artillery here. He's inching forward. He should be inching forward as Vivanderis. Protect the cannons. Make sure that they don't get swarmed. Get all that stuff. And he's also making units too to counter the assault units. So they'll be able to do some multipliers against the Trengolafs, which are like foot cav. Okay, now this is another option you can do, which I thought was funny. He is using his spearmen, his whole army, just run around and siege buildings like a barbarian. This is actually surprisingly destructive to Paraguay because each one of these works buildings costs like 300 something resources a whack. So every time Codefender destroys one, he's really punishing him hard. And not only that, he's deleting his heavy works now. This is the building that you can't get back once you lose it. So bye-bye building that I really need. Yeah, no, he just brutalized him there. The man, he just deleted multiple works buildings off the face of the earth. Now, what is he going to do? Is he going to fight him now? Gosh, that's kind of serious. Now poor Nathan can't go hit the rockets anymore. That's sad. Very sad. I mean, you can ship him in somehow through a few cards, but that's about it. Look at those Mawadanches work. Look at how much hack damage that they inflict. Tough unit. Yeah. And Codefender's army is still marching through the base like nothing. Very, very interesting, huh? Oh yeah, no, most definitely. Look at him just running through his base. No mercy at all. It's really good. Really, really good right there. He's really advancing hard. Yeah. Totally. It's good to see the Will Arrows also organizing games in the Wars Liberty Discord server. That's awesome. We need to get more games, people, between people. Let's grow this Wars Liberty community to the moon and back so we can get more people from my tournament that's coming next month or the month after that. Yeah. Whenever we see the next hotfix and whenever I feel like, alright, everything's in a good enough place to hold an event, do a tournament, have an entry fee, it'll be pretty awesome. It'll feel just like the stuff they have in Definitive Edition, but it'll be by me and me alone. We won't have any fancy schmancy, we won't have any fancy schmancy like, UIs or, you know, overlays or anything. It'll just be this. But yeah, no, we're gonna have a ton of fun with that. If you want to join it too, I'll have like a sign up form at that time. You can join in as well. Totally. You'll see tons of good like competitive games like this. But the big difference is it won't be on these ESOC maps. It'll actually be on Middle Eastern maps to celebrate the release of the Middle East patch too, and some special rules that favor players that want to use more Middle East civs as well. So, yeah, you'll definitely want to check that out. Definitely. Now, I think this is pretty awesome by Nathan. He's actually leveraging his home city very well by actually going with an infinite unit shipment that he can ship multiple times. Yeah, particularly the Latin Americans and Balkan civs, but also some of the European and Middle East civs get a lot of infinite shipments that they can send, effectively turning their home cities into like military buildings in a way that can constantly be pumping out the troops that you need, right? Because obviously Nathan took a huge hit by losing multiple works buildings, so he's going to be building some more over here to recover that, yeah. And what is a works building exactly? So, a works building is a building by Paraguay that trickles a given resource. So you have food works like this, they trickle food. You get gold works, they trickle, you know, gold or coin. And then you have woodworks that trickle wood, right? Your explorer, the surveyor here, is actually a villager explorer, so he's not really military. He just stands around, and when he stands near these buildings, they actually churn out even more resources. So it's kind of like a support unit more than like a more militaristic explorer. You can still use them to fight treasure guardians and take treasures, but kind of similar to the Mapuche, you really don't want to get them killed or lost because it directly hurts your economy and your ability to keep them in the base to keep the works buildings, you know, worksing. Yeah, worksing the way you want. So you gotta make some decisions about that basically, otherwise it could be bad. Yeah, no, most definitely.
Dígame, Mariscal.
Sí, preparado.
¿Qué puedo hacer por usted?
Oíma.
Picking up smelter house there for mining. Very good.
Dígame, Mariscal.
Preparado. Oíma.
Dígame, Mariscal.
A sus órdenes.
¿Cuál?
Yeah, notice how Mapuche now has these artillery pieces which act as sort of like little lever cans. Well, they're actually stronger than lever cans because they're actually a forward pop artillery piece. Also, notice how the rockets sometimes miss when you use rocket weapons, so sometimes you can avoid rockets just by moving faster because of the slow projectile speed, yeah. It's quite kind of nice. Oh gosh, he took out his counter artillery. What does poor Nathan do now? Well, he has to somehow survive here. He's got a massive Yanets, Vivenderos. He's going to try a run at him, plus some melee trash. Yanets need to be on those triangle ass right away. He needs to start microing and shooting those as best as possible. And yep, that should be quite good. Oh, nice mass of the Escobateros there. Very good. Yeah, it's kind of good to just mass up tons of Escobateros in general, get huge armies of them, and then you can like spray down lines of infantry. It's usually what I recommend typically when you're in a pitched battle, usually. Oh, good RNG with the fireman there. He might be able to take out a cannon. He does. He butts it with his bayonet. Takes it out. Perfect. You can see now Codefender has a huge death ball, good range stuff, plus the high siege of those spearmen. These Wakalaps here. And he's just going to siege through stuff super crazy. And from what Codefender told me, he said, I didn't even need the big bun on these techs. On these guys, because there's a big button tech at the war hut for the Mapuche. It actually increases the infantry's siege attack, and it looks like Codefender didn't even use it, so these guys could have potentially done even more siege if he wanted to, which would have made a huge difference. Yeah, huge difference on the battlefront. Yeah, most definitely. Another thing I would consider too is maybe getting the fire pit up again, the attack up on your stuff, so that you could maybe like do a much stronger bit of damage, particularly with your Maodanchis and Tralcatufes in range. That could have been helpful. Even your cannons would do a lot more damage too with the fire pits benefit. Yeah, nice attempt at a counterattack there from both sides with cavalry. He's got some outlaw dragoons here that he sent to Theodores, and he's got an immigrant batch of Red Devils here that he sent out of his French colony. His French colony's still safe. Surprisingly, the Croat colony's not destroyed either by this point. I wonder what that's all about. Yeah, I wonder what that's all about. I mean, he probably should have already sieged that at this point, but hey, whatever's, I guess. Yeah, no. People have their reason for stuff. Foo foo foo. Did you see what I found? The super slow pace of AoE 1, 1996. Oh yeah, I saw that in Discord, man. That's awesome. It's awesome that you found AoE 1. That's how I first played AoE 1 was on the original. Copy of the original, yeah, no, most definitely. So yeah, it's pretty nostalgic. It was around the time that I first got this computer, actually, is when I started doing AoE 1. So yeah, no, most definitely. I have some vivid memories of playing AoE 1 with MCMR in Game Ranger in 1v1 battles. And also some AI battles together too, where I really gained appreciation for the game. Yeah, it was really nice, you know? Like learning all the cool mechanics in AoE 1 with the chariots and the catapults and the towers and stuff. And how much of a different experience it was from, AoE 2 and stuff. I also didn't look up any sort of wiki stuff as well to know how to play the game, I think. So I kind of just went in completely blind and just tried to figure everything out. And eventually I kind of figured it all out and it started to make more sense to me. And I was like, oh, interesting. So in that sense, I kind of have a bit more knowledge when I'm casting Return to Rome games for people because I have that muscle memory learning from scratch without a wiki how to play AoE 1 against my AoE 3 friends and stuff. So that's one thing I definitely picked up on right away. Most definitely. Look at these vills coexisting, not even attacking each other. That's a lot of peace up there. A lot of peace.
Dígame, señor.
Yeah, Nathan keeps trying to remask, but he keeps getting destroyed pretty much. Yeah.
A sus órdenes. Dígame, mariscal.
Sí.
I think I'm going to get some meat and cheese and stuff while I wait for these guys to duke it out. Because I think you've seen the rest of this game, right? Basically, I don't need to make any spoilers, but Codefender's going to come for a really nice push against his opponent there. A really good push, quote unquote. It's going to be really awesome. Hopefully you'll see it. Haha, woohoo! Look at that. Look at how much damage Codefender was able to do there with his army. Completely crushed them. Yeah, no, most definitely. Yeah. Yeah, he completely cooked him there. And now he's going to siege every one of his buildings one by one. Yeah, basically this Mao Danche spear combo is really deadly. Really deadly indeed. Because no matter, even if Nathan can keep making army and stuff, he's still gonna, you know, beat him out in the end there, most definitely. Mwahaha. Yeah, mwahaha is right. Totally, totally. Most definitely. Got some roast beef and pepper jack cheese on some sweet Portuguese bread here. Gonna eat that right now while you watch the rest of this. And then hopefully I'll be done by the next match so we can talk about. It might be that other Mapuche match that we saw yesterday, but that's alright. We'll just see it again.
Shum?
Jim is one Amy. Jim again. Jim is one Amy.
¿Qué me ordena?
Tuanis.
Hey, oui. Votre ordre?
Prêt.
Votre ordre?
Preparado. ¿Cuál es su comando? Preparado. Sí.
Votre ordre? Prêt. Oui. Prêt. Corps à oui. À l'attaque! Votre ordre? Prêt. Oui. Votre ordre?
¿Cuál es su comando?
Oui,
Oui. Prêt. J'ai repris des forces.
Alright, I'm ready now to start yapping again. So now we're seeing Codefender playing as France and Nathan playing as Spain. Two very good vanilla civs in Wars of Liberty. I think this is the game where Codefender Lily said in the Discord this morning, France is a really decent civ in Wars of Liberty. And I said, Codefender, France has always been a decent civ. Not great, not bad, just decent. Yeah, no, I mean, literally, like, France is like the most middle-of-the-road civ you can run in AoE3 across the board. Yeah. I do think the French one is a little bit better, though, because they get more unique unit options that really help you out quite a bit. Yeah. Particularly these guys here, the Zwaves. They're a ranged assault unit, which means they're basically the same as the House of Habsburg mounted infantry from Definitive Edition, but on foot. So they do like ranged multipliers against infantry. But are basically just heavy cavalry in terms of tags. Yeah. That's the biggest thing, pretty much. They also get foreign legionnaires too. They get mounted skirms, the Chasseurs or Chevals to replace the old skirms. A lot of cool stuff, basically. Looks like he is going for a straight fast fortress up. So I think it's pretty good because then he can go Zwaves, he can go Falks, he can go Cuirassiers, which by the way is no longer a unique unit because Spain can also get them too. Yeah, just look at this deck. Cuirassiers, 3 Cuirassiers, same as France. Yeah, no. A good fraction of the European civs can now train Cuirassiers from their stable, making it the common assault cab of the European culture, basically. Going for a second barracks, I see, for España. Is he going to back it up with crates at all, or... Yeah. Yeah, I would say typically don't get another barracks until you can afford to use it consistently. Because he could have taken that wood and stuck it into more volunteers. Just saying, you know. You really gotta weigh that calculus when you're playing a any RTS game, not just AoE 3. Do not make production builds until you can afford to constantly keep producing with them. Otherwise, it just takes up space and you waste resources on it. Yeah. It's like those people in AoE 2 that build like 5 stables and they only use 1 or 2 of them. All that wood could have gone into like farms or houses and yeah. Basically just that, really. Yeah. That's why you gotta basically be strategic. And only spend the resources you need and do it wisely. Otherwise, it can lead to problems down the road when you're playing. Now, I think in this situation, a Codefender goes the, if he's going the fast fortress route, he can get some really strong ranged cavalry options to counter that army completely. You know, Zwaves will kill both pikes and volunteers at range statistically well. Also, the Chasseurs or Chevals, being a mounted skirm, can also counter pikemen very good, and since it's a mounted skirmish unit and not a mounted maneuver unit, won't take any multipliers from the volunteers either. So, yeah, going Chasseurs wave should be kind of okay in this situation. And of course, if you see like a Hussar at all or a Cuirassier, do Dragoons, Hussars, Cuirassiers yourself, and counteract them basically with France. Yeah, overall, though, outside of the unique units, France is mostly the same civ, I would say. Except for, obviously, the new Villager replacing the CBD. Same stats, though. Same stats. Also, France gained a cool bonus where all their units get Royal Guard upgrades instead of just 2 of them. So they're Pikes, Volunteers, Line Infantry, Grenadiers, Hussars, Cuirassiers, Dragoons, the unique stuff. Except for things unlocked in later ages, like the Zwaves and the Foreign Legions. They don't have a Royal Guard, but all the other units do, which is really cool. And not the artillery for now. I think in the future they might give them Royal Guard artillery, but it hasn't been decided yet. Would be a nice little touch. Yep, get some more pikemen out, hopefully. Is he going to redo his pike queue, maybe? No, he's going to add volunteers in. That's a good idea. If you're going to go pike and shot, you really need a mix of both here. If you don't, that could lead to some serious issues. So yeah, it's a good idea to do the mix and match, which looks like Nathan's going to do here, which is very good. Very good, actually.
Sí. Sí. Preparado. Preparado.
The good news is even mounted skirms have a malice against Vills to prevent them from turning into like AoE 2 CAs, which is good. Gives you a chance to garrison your Vills, but they still manage to kill one though. Oh boy, look at Nathan. Nathan's coming in hard, sieging the TC. What is Codefender gonna do? So he's got these Chaucer Chevals from his age up with the gunsmith. And now what is he gonna do? He's got to hide his Sans Scalates in the TC to keep him safe. He's got some Minutemen here to help out a bit. And now he's gonna lose his TC now. But he's picking up the market text for the Vills. Did he get sanitary movement yet? He should get sanitary movement to get the HP up on his Villies too. Would be a smart idea.
Je le ferai. À l'attaque! À l'attaque! À l'attaque! À l'attaque! À l'attaque!
Look at those Sans Scalates go and hold the position. Makes him really good for turtling. But he loses the TC though. Was he gonna go Industrial Age? I guess he was. So now he's gonna have to send his waves in, I guess. Yeah. I guess you could stall for a bit of time, but try not to lose too many Sans Scalates because you are gonna have a resurgence with these waves. You'll see how good they are when they ship out. They should be able to clean up all those pikes and volunteers, especially since they have no upgrades right now. They should be easy pickings. Easy pickings. Yeah, no, they'll be easy pickings, I guarantee you. They'll be easy pickings. Yeah, but it's still good that he's trying to stall for time here, using that leftover Chow Sword to, like, kill pikes and stuff. He's basically trying to make sure he doesn't lose his tower abruptly by stalling himself some time. He also has a Minuteman shooting at stuff too, which is good. Chaucer's basically full elf, so he can ride that with his waves and then ride in and start doing some pressure and stuff. So what's he gonna do? He's gonna resume his hunting, or yeah. 'Cause here comes this wave batch. This is why I like to do the infinite one instead of the 12 one. Because though the 12 batch is a little bit bigger than the 10 batch, you can send out multiple batches with the infinite 10 batch, which does give you a bit more longevity, I find. Yeah, most definitely.
Oui.
Votre ordre?
Votre ordre?
Oui? Oui.
Oui. Oui. Je le ferai. Chargez. Très bien. Je le ferai.
But why is he leaving his vills vulnerable, though, is the question. That's all you got left to, like, come back from this. Oh yeah, most definitely. Are you sieging his house right now? Right there. Sanscalate's on the run. House being sieged. Yeah, I still don't know what this is all about, really. Is he doing the hokey pokey or something? Is that what it's all about? Yeah, I have no idea. Like, I think he'd want to crush his army first, wipe it out, and then dominate the map, and then go for some sort of resurgence. See, if you were tactical, you killed his army, or you could grab these crates and, like, came right back. And now, because you're doing this weird stalling tactic, you're gonna, you know, have issues. Oh yeah, no, tell me about. And now he's coming back to this waves right now, but it's like, yeah. But he knows about the crates, and he's gonna grab them. Smart boy. Good kid. Grab those crates. They'll really help you out. But, yeah, I think you should be able to grab them before those volunteers kill his vills. How much? He does have enough to go to, like, an industrial. So all he needs is, like, a TC and some buildings. Ah, no, 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 no. Gosh. He would have been so good if he did that. See? See what happens when you're lazy? What happens to your brain, man? Yeah, take advantage of that stuff. He lost, like, a great opportunity to get enough wood to get a TC, man. Gotta pay attention to the map. Know how hard it is when you're, like, under this much pressure, but still. This could have been a huge blunder right there. And you let him get away with it. Jeez. Because then you could have gone like 2 TCs, and then you'd really be secured, and then you could have trained some military and stuff. Yeah, no. I think at this point he's just stalling for time for the TC to go up. And then he's going to do some sort of resurgence here. Yeah, that's what I think he's trying for here. From what it looks like. Yep, this is but look at how good these waves are in combat, particularly against infantry. 13 times 2 in melee. They do okay like bashing crossbow type infantry in melee. It's astonishing what they do. Sorry for the bit of a cough there. Coughed up something. Let's see where we are now. So his gold is gone. Well, that's a goal he had before, right? He's got no wood. Like, what is he fighting on to now? Dude, you gotta protect your vills until... You know what I'm saying? He's just being really weird strategically with his choice of this waves movement. Unless he's trying to cover more ground, which is possible. And, like, attrition his army and stuff. Because it still is pretty early in the game. You can sort of attrition his army, I think, and still do kind of okay. But yeah, no, you're going to have to act a little bit faster, though, if that's sort of the way you're going down with these sort of, like, skirmishes. 'Cause you don't have a lot of mass right now. You just got like 8 military units and then you're dead. Okay, TC's tanking right now. Got about 7 vills inside. Not even a fully maxed out TC in terms of damage. This wave show up and he's gonna start blasting through all the infantry, it looks like. Yep. Minutemen coming in the back. Yep, GG's. First win for Nathan in the series. I didn't reiterate it before, but currently the score is up in favor of Codefender. He's winning 2-1 right now. And we got about 4 more games in the series of this best out of 7. So right now, while Nathan was able to do a bit of an upset there, basically Codefender is still winning right now by far. Now we're going to go into game number 4 and see what happens this time. Looking forward to seeing how this battle goes now. Yep. Let's see how it is. Look forward right here. Codef versus Nath. This one. Let's check that one out. Ooh, St. Harold's Island, nice. So we got Nathan is Chile and Codefender is France again. All right, now I think in this matchup France, has a lot of potential here because honestly, Chile is not one of the most aggressive, fast-going civs on the world. France could pull a nice fast fortress on this map against Chile, and it could be pretty good. Oh yeah, no, most definitely. So I think that's what we might see here. Because often when I play this map as France, I often go Fast Fortress because I think the geography and the resource distribution really favors it. So yeah, no, I would totally go Fast Fortress as France on this map, and I think he's going to do the same. Yeah, because honestly, if you want to go Fast Fortress France like you would in Definitive Edition, this France gives you even more options, right? Because they can give you infinite shipments of stuff, which vanilla France cannot. Right, you get an infinite shipment of like Chausier Chevals, you can get infinite waves. You get more flexibility going Fast Fortress in this France than you do the Legacy one. So yeah, that should be something worth noting. But on the other side of the coin, you got Chile, a very economical civ. That's really their strong suit is economics. Pretty much eco techs and cards have a stronger effect on their native villagers here, the Rhodos, but they also increase the cost of the villager too. So if you get like hunting dogs, they'll be affected by the tech about 15% instead of 10, but their food cost goes up by like 3. If you get steel traps, they're affected by I think like 20 or 25% instead of the standard 15 or whatever the standard rate is. And then pretty much their costs will go up to like I think 109 or 112 or 115 or something. Same thing. But with the other resources, if it's like a pickaxe or something, they'll get like the better mining rate, but then they'll start to cost a bit of gold too. And then if you get wood chopping stuff, they'll start to cost a bit of wood. So yeah, basically the Chile Civ is all about upgrading your villas at the right time and making sure they don't get killed. Because if they get killed after you upgrade, that's a punishment. If you upgrade their villas and they don't get killed, it's a reward. It's really the whole way that Chile works, basically. But that's only for their villagers here, the rotos. All your like immigrant workers and any other villas you might come across, like Cree CBDs and stuff, they're gonna work the same way. So don't worry about that. It's just the villas that your Civ trains out of this TC here that you have to worry about with that feature. What does he run his deck, by the way? Rotos, Extractivism. This is obviously a really good card for Chile because it affects the vills by 15% on each resource instead of just 10. Effectively acting like an H2 card in all the resource areas, which is quite efficient. Yeah, no, I mean the food rate improvement's the same as like sustainable agriculture. Same with the wood, it's kind of similar to like, foreign logging. Not foreign logging. Whatever that card is, I think sawmills maybe or something. Yeah. A ton of crates. Crate cards are good to have with Chile because Chile gets another Civ bonus where they get an extra resource crate with every card that they send. So 700 coin is actually 800 coin. And even things like infantry here will also give you a resource crate. Like these Batallones Cívicos gives you 100 wood. Yeah. This artillery will give you 100 food. Upgrades will give you this. There's even a few cards in the game that'll give you a crate of 100 XP, depending on what it is, too. So, yeah. Be on the lookout for that stuff as well, I would say. I think the reason why they have the artillery shipments giving you food crates is so you don't exploit a wood or gold crate and just spam more artillery with it. Which I think makes sense, honestly, from a balancing perspective. Question is, what immigrant does Nathan pick? He picks the Arab wave, which I would totally agree with. Any map that has a trade route on it, go Arab immigrants if your Civ has it. Because as part of the age up, they give you a trade rickshaw that you can use to build a trading post with. That will give you an immense advantage on your shipment timing, as well as later on potentially getting resources from a stagecoach that you could develop onto that trade route. Yeah. Also, their unit, the Gallego, is really just a immigrant variant of the Jundi. Those muskets that the Saudi Arabians get. And they're pretty decent, so yeah, it can serve you quite well, actually, to get them. Basically. So yeah, often what I do with Chile is if I am in a 1v1, I try to go Gallego with Yungeo or Civico, depending on the need, or Escopetero. And that can often be a nice initial pushing force to use the aggress against your opponent, and then while you're aggressing and, taking out the enemy army, you can develop your economy in the back of the base as Chile. Trying to go for as much gather rate techs as possible and start farming them like crazy. Especially knowing your vills won't get raided and you won't have to pay that insane retraining costs after those techs are researched, pretty much, yeah. Codefender's going Artisan, right? Yep, that's same as Core Master, gives you 400 wood. I'm assuming he's going to go with the Gunsmith in H3 to get those free Chelsea or Chevals again. It's part of his Fast Fortress, which I'm telling you he's going for, I would be surprised. Yeah, he's setting it up just like a PK Tournament France, going with the 12 Village Rage up. Getting to the market now. He's playing French Fast Fortress by the book right now, so yeah. Really knows what he's doing, basically, here. Opens up stable. That's an option you can do too. That's something we've seen a lot during the PK tournament in Defend Edition. You get a stable, you train about 4 hussars, do a ton of raiding and a ton of combat, and while you're doing that, you send up your fortress age. And then you can supply in better troops. So I think is a pretty solid option all around. So yeah, that should work pretty good in Codefender's favor, honestly. Yep, is he doing exactly what I think is getting about 4 hussars or something? He can afford 1 right now, but he doesn't have enough gold to get more hussars, unfortunately. He would have to make a shift on the coin if that was his plan. Unless, of course, if he... Yeah, no, he's going hussar. Because I was thinking otherwise he might fast fortress so he can, you know, train Chaucer Chevals out of it in age 3. France still retains the early skirmishers card for team, though. So if you really wanted to make mounted skirms in age 2 as France, you could, using the early skirmisher card, which they still possess. Still an option, which is good, yeah. Somebody just DM me in Discord the map that I'm on, St. Harold's Island. Yeah, it is a good map. It's awesome, actually. Really cool map. Looks kind of like a living person in a way, because you have the eyes sticking out of it, and then you have, like, the nose and stuff, and the mouth. Yeah, it is kind of cool in a way. Yeah, I never actually noticed that until I looked at it right now. But it does look like a living face, which is kind of funny. Yeah, totally. I don't know what living person it is, but it's a living creature, for sure. Definitely.
Votre ordre? Oui. Prêt.
Prêt. Oui.
Votre ordre?
Oh, Chile goes fast fortress. Interesting. And he goes with German wave. That's actually viable. That is a viable route to go. Start out with Arab wave, so if you need military, you got the Gallegos for the musket. And then in age 3, you fortress into German immigrants to get access to their good technologies. Yeah. Because the German immigrants give you some good economic techs in both age 3 and 4, giving you access to works wagons, right? Yeah, no, age 3 German immigrants can give you 3 of the gold works, and then age 4 they can give you 4 of the woodworks. Oh no, it's German colonies right here, jawohl! Angreep! Angreep! Good thing Codefender wasn't on top of his toes there. He could have, like, wiped out your immigrant colony, son. We gotta watch out for that stuff. It will be going up now, because now it has enough of an established build time, so that's good. Also, 1 Hussar is taken out. TC can wipe out the other one, and he should be alright. Yeah. Codefender's still going to try to kill his Vil, though. Because if he kills the Vil, then Chile has to pay back all the resources for all the techs that they've researched into it to recover it. How many eco-techs has he gotten? So he's gotten 1 wood chopping one and 1 hunting one. So now his Vils cost like 105 food and 5 wood. Yeah. Once he gets a bunch of more eco-techs, you will see this cost increase, just like this one here. Cage Trap, which is the second hunting one. Yeah, I mean, I can show you right now in live time. We'll just keep it on this UI right here. And you'll see right away. That costs like spike right away. Yeah, no, most definitely. Also shipping in some Frontier Cav. These are like Chilean Reuters. They're like a 1-pop Dragoon. But what makes them special is they have multipliers against native warriors, making them really good for fighting natives. Alright, so look at the Vil here. It starts out at 105 and 5 wood, right? When you get a Cage Trap, it goes up to 115 food, while the wood cost stays at 5. So yeah, every economic thing that you get for the Vils increases their costs, just so you know. Basically just that, yeah. Pretty much. And shipping in aid Vivenders as well. Some skirmishers. That's a good idea to complement the frontier calves. Looks like France age up with the cornet to get some free hussars there. Overall, you know, looks like Nathan has a bit of time to try a little bit of raiding. But he doesn't have a substantial stack of these frontier calves though, so the raiding will be a little bit underwhelming, yeah. A little underwhelming.
La contienda es desigual. Voy. Ordene, patrón. Voy.
Oh, wow. Frontier cab. Micro, 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 micro. Hit the waves. Hit the waves. You counter them. What is he doing? He's going after the hussars. Go after the waves. 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 This. You're not even targeting the right stuff. You know anything about Wars of Liberty and the tag system? Oh, I guess he doesn't. Showed an inability to understand that. Alright. Okay. Yeah, if you want to deal with hussars, just get a batch of Gallegos or something. You gotta get rid of these waves. These waves are the problem. He's not even engaging with them. Yeah, let the Vivenders shoot the hussars even, you know? Let these guys deal with these waves. Please, just do your job. It's not that hard. Why is he avoiding targeting the one? Now he does. But he did in such a delayed manner. It was like, dude. He lost so much of the frontier cab that now it doesn't matter as much. It's like, man, you gotta work on that micro a bit. Big time. It's a big blunder right there, really. It looks like, oh, the map does look like a go. So yeah, because of the little tail underneath. That is true. I never even realized that, actually. It's a keen observation. It really is. Range cavalry there attacking the hussars. Good. I would try to get this hussar and let the frontier calves deal with the waves. Yeah, no. Yeah, just take out this hussar, man. Taking rid of the scout threat. Big time. Looks like Nathan's at least cleaning this up for the most part, yeah. Why hand attack? Why not use pierce attack where it does more damage? Why? Oh, you're forcing him into melee. This is weird. Why is Codefender going into melee? That's like so strange, man. You do much more if you went into range combat and start kiting him from... Yeah, like that. Right there. That would do a lot better. That was a lot closer of a fight than I think it should have been. I think if Nathan was a little bit more proactive, he probably could have saved some more army. And maybe did some stuff there. But at least he's still alive, I guess. That's good. Didn't lose everything in the end, I suppose. So it's alright. It's alright for now. Picks up 1100 coin, because remember Chilean cards come with 100 extra resource crate, so this is 1100 coin instead of 1k coin, making it a bit better. Town Hall. Okay, Codefender gets to Industrial Age with the Acquiry. I think the Acquiry gives him Cuirassiers, right? Yeah, I think so. And then from there, I'm assuming he's going to go for his steel cannons. And probably the big batch's waves over here. The 16's wave shipment. And then from the rest of the match, he does have the infinite 14's wave shipment too, so he can use that. It'll be a bit cheaper in food, and then he'll obviously be able to spam it with every shipment he gets. Should be strategic, yeah. That's what I'm hoping for anyways, yeah. Okay, so what is alright, so it looks like Nathan's going with the Outlaws. The Yulis. The Yulis. The Yulis are basically an outlaw musket that also has multipliers against mercenaries and natives. Yeah. Kind of a fascinating unit. Honestly, what's their cost here? 75 gold. I don't see why you need them exactly. I mean, oh, wait a minute. No, they have 16 range. They're actually good. I was like, wait a second. What makes them so good? The 16 range. Also, their Pierce armor. Look at that Pierce armor on them. 50% Pierce armor. That's awfully good, actually. Infantry. Why does it say infantry twice on the tag thing? Are they heavy infantry or what? I don't know. Yeah, no, they look pretty decent. They actually look good. 50% Pierce armor and 16 range. That's like the old German Landwehr's. Those are actually really efficient. Yeah. So maybe he's going for a spam of 16 range. Muskets to outdo his waves, right? Because his waves have a range of 12. So if you can get 16 range on your muskets, that actually is an effective counter to assault. Because muskets normally get completely cooked by assault units, but if they can maintain like range advantage, then their kiting ability can actually allow them to beat assault, making it kind of a weird relationship between the tags. Yeah. So I'm gonna try to watch here to see how much anti-cav he truly gets. He does have the Vivenderos too, so he does have some anti-infantry, so he's not just spamming anti-cav and is gonna get like swept up by infantry, because he does have his own current infantry as well. So yeah, I'm kind of liking this mix-up by Nathan here. The Yulis, the Vivenderos, and the Frontier Cavs kind of covering each other rather well. This could lead to some interesting stuff. And because he's going outlaws, he's going to pick up breweries from the German immigrant colony here. Gives him about 3 gold works, just like the ones you saw at Paraguay. Yeah, pretty much I didn't mention. Every time you age up and you pick an immigrant colony, you get 2 new cards of one of these buildings. Kind of making it like the American culture age up system that you see in Definitive Edition. Only difference is here in Wars of Liberty, you don't have a smaller deck. You have a deck that still is about 25 cards. But these immigrant techs, if you want to call them that, or I guess cards too, because they cost a shipment, could be seen as like extra cards. Unless you don't get to send them before the colony gets destroyed and you don't have any like workers to rebuild the building. Looks like there's waves. Ooh, waves and coulda says that's like mega assault spam. Yeez. Eek. That's big actually. Now, what does Nathan do? Does he push into his opponent still, or does he try to resolve the... Okay, he's going to try to kill as many vills as he can here with all the outlaws and stuff. Yeah, he gets some vill kills. He does kill off some Senskarates, yeah. But, of course, the Senskarates, again, can form a resistance and try to protect the TC, too. So, yeah. But what does Nathan do? So, Nathan... Looks like he pulls back. He put the Goldworks in the back of the base, right? Yes, he did. Good for you. That's smart. So that'll give him some time to return back to his base, maybe, and try to, you know... I would be training some troops right now. I'd make some more stuff. I wouldn't exactly age up just yet. Oh, wait a minute. No, he has to, though, because he's like industrial age, right? So, yeah. Codefender, unfortunately, put you in a bit of a pickle. A bit of a fried pickle with buttermilk ranch. Yeah. You should get those, by the way. Fried pickles with buttermilk ranch, or maybe even some other type of dipping sauce. It's delicious stuff. Not good on the heart, but good on the heart. Feel hearted very much. Alright, so Frontier Cavs doing their maneuver multipliers into all this assault stuff. Why melee, dude? You gotta do range attack. Dude, wait, man, what are you doing, dude? You're not doing the right thing. You gotta shoot them. Use a mass and kite them out. You don't know how to play AoE3. Well, at least you don't know how to play Wars of Liberty because you're not microing correctly. Yeah, no, you got hit him from range. Assault units should be fought from range because they have hand armor. Pierce armor will completely melt their armor. Can't be fighting them in melee like that. You're just fumbling the ball. Only time you fight an assault unit with melee is if it's like a dedicated melee unit, like say a pikeman in mass, or like massed up muskets in a huge ball, something like that. But not a shrimpy little army like that. You can't afford to go into melee against assault class, because that'll happen like you just saw right there, and the match will already, you know, be kapoof, kaboom at that point. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, exactly. Exactamundo. Tell me about it. 100% though, see. Now he's picking up the Gallegos. Yeah, too bad you couldn't have gotten that age 4 because the bats would be slightly bigger. But it's alright because they're going to get the Shadow Tech and then they're going to be guard upgrade. I see he's still doing Frontier Cav to try to fight off against his waves, which is the right thing to do. Is he getting Moore's waves though? Let's check. He's getting Factory. And he's training up more Killises now. So yeah, it's going to be a bit tough here for Nathan with all these assault units still pouring in. 8 Gallegos though could do some damage to those Killises. He takes one out. Does he blast another one out? No melee, no! Stop doing that, you muppet. You're throwing the match. You know anything about the tag rework? Not even tag rework. Look at the armor. It's hand armor. Use shooting. Pierce damage. Shooting pierce damage against hack armor. It's that simple. Just kite them. Screw and shoot. You know, like they say in Age of Mythology, do the screw and shoot with them. Don't go into melee. You throw your armies that way. I think he threw so many units trying to go into melee against Assault, it's not even funny. It's like a big conceptual problem there. He has to get fixed right away. Also gonna keep running into disfavorable fights like that constantly.
Oui.
24 volunteers. I would be saving up for another Zwaif shipment if I was you, though. I think that's a little sus. Yeah, he's going with a lot of maneuver units, but still. Unless you plan on upgrading them or something. You have, like, no barracks, right? Yeah, 24 on upgrade volunteers is not a good idea, usually, on any metric. Totally not. Can be very strange indeed. Yeah. So he does upgrade him. Okay, that's at least decent. Get him up to a veteran and maybe their Royal Guard upgrade, the Guard Civique or something. Yeah, that should make him alright, actually. Then you should be able to push him with them just fine. Yeah, go in skirmish makes sense. Yeah, now it does. Because that's sort of what you can do as France. You can either get Royal Guard on your crossbowmen here, your early skirms, or you can go with the mounted skirms, the Chausseur Chevals. This France gives you both options instead of just making you go with the, you know, the Voltaguires, so to speak. And frankly, since you're doing such long-range combat, you could get a tavern up and do French Foreign Legion muskets too. They add a bit of a musket element as well. And they'll actually get stronger the farther away they are from an allied town center. Or at least the player's town center. So, if you go to your, like, enemy's base, they'll have, like, beefed up range attack and HP and stuff and be a formidable threat. Oh, these guys are kind of interesting. They're almost like a partial wave in a way. Yeah, no, but they're heavy infantry. You should be okay, actually. As long as you can spam them, that is. Did he send Codizimo, right? He did not send Codizimo, so they could have became like a 2-pop unit if he just got Codizimo properly. Yeah, no, that's kind of a blunder on his part, actually. Yeah, no, most definitely. Should have gone Codizimo on these and made him a bit more spammable. So now he's going to get the Yoyotes again. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. And I'm back. So now we're looking at a game where Nathan is Uruguay and his opponent Codefender is Persia. So we got the Persians and the Uruguayans. So now what it looks like is there's been a bit of a movement in the Persia players system where people are going with the Kika, the food trickle, instead of harem photography. So if you notice the game I did yesterday, I actually tried it myself, and I thought it's all right. I mean, it wasn't bad. I mean, I don't think it was a bad thing to do at all, actually. And in some ways, once I know the yellow madrasa texts are done, then you kind of realize that at least now you got a late game trickle on top of the ones that you're getting through the yellow madrasa texts. Yeah, no, I think that's a huge advantage, actually. I think it is. I definitely think it is. So yeah, no, totally, absolutely. But yeah, no, I like this new build order with Persia using the Akika food trickle. It's got the same amount of resources as Colbertism. If you've played Defam Edition, that's another food trickle card like that. It's about the same as that. And also these madrasa texts here, the yellow ones. These are the most important ones to research is Persia. What they do is they will give you a resource trickle, and then they'll give you some resource crates back of that trickle. So if the tech gives you a food trickle, which is the first one, it'll give you a crate of food. The wood trickle one will give you a trickle of wood and some wood crates. Same with the gold one, and so forth. But the thing is, it scales up over time, with the later yellow madrasa text that you get here giving you more resource crates and more trickles. Stronger trickles, that is. And it's not mapped to like a little food trickle and a big food trickle. The way it works is the earlier the yellow tech is, the more useless it is for the trickle and the crates. And then the later in the game it is, the more crates and the stronger the trickle is. So in the end, I think your wood and your gold trickles end up becoming more substantial than your food ones because of that. And that's why having this card here, the Akika, ends up rounding it out a bit, which is cool. Yeah. Definitely something I didn't consider before. I used to always just think, okay, if I go harem photography, it's going to make it cheaper and then I can cycle through them quicker. Without thinking, alright, are these trickles actually worth it on their own? And I guess the food for the food, no. And that's why having that food supplementary one in there is actually quite good. Yeah, big time. Also, what immigrant did Nathan get? He went Polish? Polish immigrants, is that right? Yep. So, Polish immigrants will give you Grenadiers, the Danube Legion Grenadiers. So, yeah, mostly an anti-infantry option to go with. Big focus on all sorts of improvements, mainly around healing, different things like that, research times, also outlaw and immigrant units and mercenary unit stats. So yeah, all sorts of things. Looks like he's going to open up with the barracks and probably start making the Danube legions right away. What sets Uruguay apart from other Latin American civs is they're the only Latin American civ that has two options to make immigrant units. They can do it the traditional way through the immigrant colony, and they can train them from the military buildings directly for resources. Yeah, so you can either pay a shipment and send them in through the colony like the way you usually would, which he's doing right now, but you can also train them through your regular military buildings for resources and train them individually, just like this. So right now he's training forward Danube legions this way and shipping in about 5 this way too, all at the same time. Yeah, and that's the hallmarker of Uruguay in early game. They often go for very distinct immigrant rushes. either the Polish Grenadiers or the Arab Gallegos, which would be their other option. They could also go stable and do it with their Diabo Batallo Ulan cavalry with the Germans, but it's seldom ever used that way. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. And also, if you send this card in too for the Spanish immigrants, that'll also unlock the Spanish immigrant stuff in your barracks as well. So, yeah, all sorts of cool things like that, basically, yeah. Lots and lots of variety is what I can tell you. And I think unlike the other Latin American civs, it's usually better to choose a different immigrant each age up for Uruguay, just to expand your trainable roster and give you more options. Yeah. Looks like Codefender sent an emergency batch of stuff. No, he didn't. He's literally just getting the Red Madrasa text done, it looks like. Yeah. Picking up Jihad now. I find he's often pretty delayed with this. I think if you're strategic and you can turtle out your base, you can get a lot of Mahalas out early, and then spam a ton of these Iljaris out right away and defend easily. That's what I think, at least. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. It looks like Grenadiers were attacking the Vills, it seems like there. It's definitely... Yeah, these citadels are a lot harder to siege than standard town centers. The citadels has 700 HP, making them more durable than a standard TC. They also do a ranged attack all the time, even if vills aren't garrisoned inside of it, meaning they're very similar to the Malian town centers and Age of Empires too, that will constantly, shoot at enemies, making them technically more efficient in that sense, yeah. Quite an interesting concept, to say the least. Looks like right now Nathan has his opponent pinned. He doesn't have a lot of Mahalas either, but he can still get a levy of Iljaris right away if he wants. Oh, wait a minute, no, he doesn't have enough coin. He doesn't have enough coin, and I don't think he got the first... Yeah, I don't think he got the third Yellow Madrasa tech to get a decent gold trickle. That is sad, because now he can't even get a badge of... He got some from his Red Madrasa tech, but that's about it. He's also got some Tofang cheese here. Oh man, this is a precarious situation. I think Nathan has enough to defeat him, right? I believe so. Nathan could still win the series, I think Codefender's winning 3-1 right now. Yeah, Nathan could sweep him in the last of these games and completely flip the script too. So yeah, we're gonna have to watch this rather carefully and see what happens. Yeah. All right, so Nomad's dead. The Noob Legions are riding up on the infantry there. Very nice. Oh, he just got enough gold to get a batch of Ildari out. Since they're Minutemen, they have multipliers against Siege Troopers, which Danube Legions count as because they're Grenadiers. So yeah, this is very fortunate for Codefender that he'll be able to do some multiplier damage into the encroaching army. But, because there's so many of these Danube Legions, he's actually it's kind of a tough matchup, I think Codefender can defend. Maybe. But watch out for that charge attack, though. He does wipe out some of them. There. He also sent the Jihad card as well, which means that the emergency units don't lose any HP over time. Which definitely made them a lot more substantial in the fight. I think if Codefender planned his Jihad earlier and got multiple batches of these Iljari, he probably would have defended like a champ and probably turned it on its head really quickly. Yeah, no. That's what I'm thinking at least. Yeah, no. I think if he did that, it would have looked a lot better, honestly. Truthfully speaking. Yeah, no, most definitely. Most definitely would have. Most definitely would have. Yeah. Yeah, Nathan pulled off a win. Pulled off a win. Pulled off a win. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, totally nice. Ooh, cool, cool, cool. Yeah, that was really awesome there. Wow. Looks like Codefender is still winning 3-2 right now. So right now it's becoming a bit more even, Steven. Let's see how game number 6 goes now. Yeah. That was a strong Danube Legion push by Nathan, though. It's not always easy to go Danube Legion. Often the best rush is to go Gallego, but if you can make it work with the Grenadiers, so be it. But still, I will say, you probably should have went Gallegos in that situation, just because they wouldn't have had the Siege Trooper tag, and it could have made it conceivably easier to like survive the Iljari and stuff, but honestly, that makes it all the more impressive for Nathan being able to pull that off in that match. So now we're going to look at game number 6, the Codef versus Naf, Codefender versus Nathan. Let's see what civs they run this time, because it looks like Nathan's put up a bit of a fight in this series. He is, he really is. Alright, so it looks like we got Nathan up here as Uruguay again, and Codefender is Persia again. So same civs, different map. Now we're looking at Esoc, Iowa, instead of Esoc Adirondack, which was the last one. Bit of a different environment here, for sure. I would say honestly, I'm trying to think. Is this really a better situation for Codefender or not for defense? It's definitely going to affect their gameplay, I think, because now Codefender knows that his opponent is going to be coming for some sort of aggro, right? Now, if I was playing Nathan, if I was Nathan in this series, I would immediately switch to Gallego here and trip my opponent up. Because now you got a Codefender who might make the false assumption that you're going to repeat the steps again. And he might try to retaliate against Siege Troopers, but then you come in with like Gallegos and have a completely different, tag system. Well, not a completely different tag system because they both be line units, but you wouldn't have the Siege Trooper aspect, making the whole Minuteman thing a little bit less efficient, potentially leading to some better results. Yeah, no, I would be thinking of that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, one thing I didn't mention about Uruguay, which is another cool little tidbit fact, is their villagers actually provide their own house space. So whenever you train a pequeño, one of these Uruguayan villagers, your population will go up by one, which means as long as you're training their villagers, you'll never have to like ever build a house for them. You're only gonna have to build a house once you actually start doing like military and stuff. Kind of saving the civ a bit of wood in the process, which is really cool. Yeah, most definitely. Because most civs you have to train villas and military at the same time, and it makes sometimes the house building system a bit of a conundrum. But no, you can hold that off for a little bit with Uruguay, play into a bit more early military potential, which is really good. Yeah, that's why I have Uruguay listed as like an S tier civ, because they offer some really neato rush options that are pretty consistent and done a lot better, honestly. That's why I do like Paraguay's economic potential with their stuff. Uruguay just gets the stronger units. They can go with the strong musket like the Gallego, which is based off of the Jundi, or they can go with the Grenadier of the Danube Legion, or they can go with Uhlans. So, 3 radically different builds that all lead to some really good results. And then obviously that doesn't count for Fortress Age, Industrial Age, when they can get even more immigrant options, right? Because the other thing that sets Uruguay apart is the fact that if you don't pick a immigrant colony when they first become available to you in the age up process, it gets swapped with another one. Yeah, so there's like a bajillion different combos of different immigrant units and colonies that you could pick. It's really awesome. You could do a math problem in computer science class at combinatorics and pure permutations basically to figure that out, which is kind of cool. Yeah, statistical talk right there, basically. Yeah, yep. So what do we got now? We got the Biltissimo here. This is just like Sumptuary Laws. This is usually the first card you send as Uruguay. Only difference is Latin Americans don't use export, so the other trickles are slightly better here. They're slightly better, making it technically a better card than Sumptuary Laws, because now the trickles in the areas that might matter more to you actually are more substantial, which is great. First Polish wave, very good. Whereas Purge is mostly just focusing on Madrasa text, picking up a blue one now, it looks like. How many blue ones did he get? He went all blue? He went all azul? Is that true? I'm trying to figure out which one he's on. Chador. I think Chador's the first one, right? Yeah, that's right. He's on the first one. Okay. Yeah, alright, so he's again the first blue Madrasa tech. Yeah, because you can tell on the little circles on the icon which Madrasa tech that you're on, basically. Yeah. It's kind of a cool way of distinguishing it, pretty much. Yeah. He's picking up Jihad now. See, this is what I was warned about, because you've already punished Codefender hard with Grenadier units. He's going to punish you with like Minutemen early on and try to stack them like crazy. So when you do come with Grenadiers again, he's going to be ready for you, and he's going to pummel you hard. So you better be ready for that, because when I guarantee you it's not going to be fluffy and giggly. It's going to hurt pretty bad. Oh yeah, no, most definitely. So we'll have to see how it looks, pretty much, yeah. Pretty much, yeah. Totally. Am I coughing so much? I don't know. Might be a bit dry. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is when you go into cold temperatures, you get dry very quickly. And that can, cause my drips are like, not my drips, my lips are super chaffed from being out there. It's insane. Yeah, big time. Gonna love to see how it is on Monday when I have to deal with that 2 feet of snow out there. That's gonna be really fun. I'm hoping it's not gonna be 2. They said there's a chance it might not even be 1. That would be great. It would make it a much more mitigated situation. But if it is like the full 2 feet, like they're saying, that's gonna be pretty nightmarish, I would say, for sure. Because I haven't had to deal with something that big in a long, long time. Yeah, long time. But anyways, again, back to over here. Let's go with Red Madrasa Tech now. See, this is the problem, man. This is the problem, Kermit. You have to send a levy every time before you do this. Otherwise, you're just wasting the Civ's bonus, man. Because every time you use this, you get another levy of Iljari. But if you don't use the previous one, you lose it. You use it or lose it, right? So if you don't use the previous levy, then this just unlocks something that's already unlocked and you don't get the advantage. You know what I'm saying? And you know Nathan's coming at you with like Grenadiers potentially. So yeah, you gotta be tactical with that stuff. So what did he do? So he went Polish again as predicted. And now he goes Codizimo. Okay, now this is smart. Going into Outlaws. That actually is intelligent because if he makes the same unit again, Codefender's gonna just like counter the Grenadiers. So it's good that he's getting some assault units lined up. If he wants to go Grenadier again, now he can do it properly. He might not even have gone Polish immigrants for the Grenadiers anymore. He might have just did it to pick up their tech. I think it's Transnational League or something. It's an upgrade card that adds, I think, 10% stats onto Outlaws, Mercenaries, and Immigrant units. So he might have went with the Polish just for that, to make the Cocheiros a bit stronger. Yeah, these Cocheiros are one of the Outlaw units that Uruguay can make, as well as Argentina too. They're basically a Muchetero type Outlaw. They use like a sword and shield or a machete and shield, I believe. And they got some good splash attack. Yeah, no. Quite good, actually. They start out pretty strong with like a 25 hand attack. Yeah, no. Good HP, good armor. It's good stuff. It's good stuff, really. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, see, this is what he's going to do. He's going to get 700 wood. He's going for the wood chopping. He's going for a mass of Mahalas. And then he's probably going to pick this up next, the Visibilia, to get 4 range onto his Minutemen, his Iljaris, and more damage too. About 30% more damage. Yeah. That's what he's going for, pretty much. It's going to be a big boost there, yeah, most definitely. Shipment of Chariks. Does he? Oh, that's actually gonna help out against the Cochieros a bit. Yeah. See, with oh god, no. I was gonna say there's a good card for Persians that gives their pikemen splash attack, and that would be perfect for this situation. Unfortunately, he does not have that, so he's gonna be suffering in like everyone else. Unfortunately, yeah, it's really a tragedy, honestly. Well, Johnny's coming out, yeah, very good.
Salmode, hurry.
He's going with all blue ones. Does he have a mosque? You should get a mosque if you go with blue. Yep, good idea. Get a mosque. He also has both Jamkar and mosque and renovation of Imam Hussein shrine there. You'll want to pick those up too, basically. So that way you can basically get a ton of get a ton of XP from multiple temples, basically. But he's going with the Visibilia now to get the range and damage up on his Iljari right now. He's going for the Mega Cheese strategy with him right now. But Nathan's doing Grenadiers, which I'm really surprised by. Like, if you know he's going Minutemen, he's going Iljari, don't make Siege Troopers, man. Go for, like, a skirmisher, like Escopetero, Cavalry, something else. Something that can survive. Frankly, Scout class is great because it has Pierce armor. It can like tank some of the bullets on those Iljari. So like get a massive like Scout units or something, and that should basically do it. Yeah, get like a ton of Lanceros, or go with French immigrants and get the Red Devils. That too, that'd be another option. He's gonna find out real quick though with these Cuchilleros what he's really doing. Probably have to pivot his strategy around with it pretty much, yeah.
¿Qué quiere? Quema. Preparado.
And you're gonna see now, every time he sends a new Red Madrasa tech like that one, he's gonna get another levy of Iljari. He's gonna send it out. Spam, 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 spam. You can get up to like 200 and I think like 60, 280 Minutemen this way. And they don't cost pop space, so you can like train a full army on top of that too. Yeah, it's kind of gnarly. You know, I did tell the developers I would not probably consider, you know, running the tournament yet until you get that, like, you come up with some other way to do their text in the rework or something. Yeah, no. I mean, one way I propose that they could fix it is to, like, change the text entirely. Another option would be to get rid of, like, Jihad. And they could keep Fistabilia. They could get rid of Jihad so they can't maintain their HP. So it'd be like a big army of, like, glass cannon units. That could be interesting, and or it would force people to use it when they only need it too. Yeah, stuff like that. Little tricks like that of the trade. But then they would have to get another card, which might just be attack for traditional attack or something. To add more damage onto the Junbas and Nizam Atli, maybe. Something like that. Or possibly something else too, who knows. Okay, here's some Cuchillos right now. Still making the Grenadiers for some reason. Like, dude, you know that his multipliers on his Iljari are gonna wipe those out, right? Like, seriously. You don't see, like, the Siege Trooper tag here, and then look at these emergency guys and say, hey, Siege Unit. Siege Unit, Siege Trooper. I mean, yeah, no. I mean, it's the Siege Unit tag that's, like, really not smart for you to be, Russian anti-siege units with siege units. Yeah. He's also getting some cannons, the Midfa cannons. They're kind of like a weaker Falconet. Yeah. I think they're somewhat statistically on par with like the Mapuche artillery. Yeah, not quite as weak as the artisanal cannons and the mule cannons, honestly, of the Balkans. But they're pretty good. It means that their shipments are technically better because you can get like 3 of them instead of 2. And then H4 you can get like a shipment of like 5 of these guys instead of 4.
That's a lot.
سلام آری
آمادم. اطاعت.
آماده. آری. سلام.
Yeah, look at how much emergency units he's got now. He's got like
آماده.
49 of them with 3 cannons. Nathan's not even in age 3 yet. Alright, now he's going to age 3 with French wave. Alright. Still doing the Grenadiers though. Like, son, you should really have just waited to go to age 3 and get the Red Devils. Get like some scout units here. That would give you a bit more, survivability there. Going with the massive Grenadiers against emergency units is going to cause a real emergency on your side. A big emergency. Oh yeah, no, I'm telling you, it's not going to go well for him. Better hope that it doesn't go south, because it could very well go south here. And if it does, I don't know what to tell you. That's all I'm going to say. It's going to be really tough. Super duper tough, actually.
Yeah.
Votre vie!
Votre ordre?
Morning of Moharam. Another mosque-related Blue Madrasa Tech. Blue Madrasa Tech's actually improved the trigger rate of your churches of XP. So it really helps you out to get shipments later on, pretty much.
آماده.
What a death ball that was. Oh gosh. That was deadly, man. Whoa. That was a lot of scout units to lose there. I was pretty impressed. And scared at the same time, because I didn't know, like, if you had that many scout units, that would still be considered a threat. Oh yeah, no, it looks pretty bad. Pretty gnarly, dude. All I'm gonna say. Yeah. Totally. Ooh. Now he's gonna make Cuchillos. He should have made Cuchillos, actually, and before he went into a push. Could maybe surround his formation a bit. Could have went up slightly better there, honestly. Yeah, pretty much. Yep. Totally. 100% though. Still going Danube Legion, Red Devil. Yeah. I don't think that there was any better unit he could have done. He could have potentially gone Scandies with the ski troopers. Yeah, he could have done that. I think he would have had to go like Arabs though to reach him, right? Yeah. Gallego ski trooper could have done it. Maybe. Yeah, I think so, maybe. Yeah. It's tough to say. It shows you how good Nathan's pushes the point that Codefender would actually pull this strat off on him. To try to counteract it. Shows volumes, basically. That's all I'm gonna say, volumes. GG's on that one. Looks like Codefender's up 4-2. Let's see how the last game in the series goes. Because Nathan could still push it up to like 4-3. Or else he'll end up taking a loss of 5-2 from Codefender. Yeah, let me boot it up again. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, let's see how it looks. I just wonder what Cids are going to do for this last one. That's what I'm mostly looking forward to seeing here. Yeah. Codef versus NAF 7. Inca dilly do. Ah, alright. Codefender's Persia. Persia versus Inca. Persia versus Inca. Ah, okay. That's interesting. Should be really fun. Totally fun. I think in this situation, it really depends on how Codefender goes about. If he does try to go for a risky Iljari setup again like that, he could get punished by a Huamaka push by Inca. You know, we're going to have to watch it back and forth, honestly, here. Figure it out. Yeah, the one good thing I can say about Inca in this matchup is their villagers auto-gather coin for yeah, the villagers basically automatically gather coin while they're working. Because you remember earlier how the Mapuche villagers auto-gathered XP, right? Same thing with the Incas, except it's with coin instead of XP. Yeah, you can even see it in the UI. It's about 0.19. You can increase it by building a market and researching the market text there. Instead of having mining-related text, the Incas just get market text to improve that auto-gather rate. So it doesn't matter if they're like hunting, farming, wood chopping. That auto-gather rate gold will always be there when they work, basically. Yeah. And it leads to some pretty interesting things, like all the Inca buildings cost gold. Look, a 600 gold TC. Their first age up actually is gold instead of food. So food doesn't matter as much as age 1 is the gold, basically. What you do is you basically get a mixture of vills on hunt and some on mine. Even though you don't get any mining tax, it's still better to go mining because then you'll get mined gold as well as the gold from the auto gather, potentially getting you towards the age up that you need a bit quicker. Looks like he's building another house here. This is gold cost, by the way, 100 gold. So yeah, no, if you don't have gold as Inca, your golden age is over. Yeah, no, your golden age is over, man. You're in the post-golden age, I would say. Starting out with 3 villager shipment, pretty good. This is his home city right here. Mostly aggression, but yeah, you can see it right there.
خیلی متاسفم قادر به انجام اون نیستم.
Alright, so let's see here. He should be able to age up with 800 gold, whereas Codefender picking up the Akika now, that food trickle, again with the blue Madrasa tech. Yeah. I wonder if he's basing it off of Alucard, because I don't think I was paying attention a lot to Alucard's build order when he was on Wadmalo. Yeah, definitely. I should have probably paid attention a bit more to that build war. Because what I do is, I still go full Yellow Madrasa tech with the Akika. And I feel like I can afford it still with the food trickle, which I was pretty impressed by. Because I always thought you had to go harem photography for the cheaper Yellow Madrasa techs to cheapen it by 20%. But no, the food trickle can get you through the first few ones just fine. And then from there you have like an actual extra food trickle to help you out. Because I think they did nerf the initial food trickle as part of the new scaling system that Massim wanted to implement for the Yellow Madrasa tech system for Persia. So the Akika kind of makes up for that food trickle loss, and in fact makes it, I think, slightly more enhanced now, which is good, you know, it gives them more viability. Yeah. I think in this situation, Codefender doesn't want to necessarily miss out on the extra muster here, but he's kind of forced to based on the situation here, yeah, basically. Now he's picking up Jihad as well, so that first Iljari he gets will not lose all of its HP, which is good. I mean, obviously I think the Madrasa tech will be done before this comes out. Nah, actually no. I think shipments come out, the shipment's going to be faster than the tech. Yeah. So yeah, pretty much. He's up to H2, right? Yeah. He's picking up his second Yellow Madrasa. That's the wood trickle one. How's his wood right now? It's got enough for another Mahala. I think what Persia players for now are going to be able to do until they fix that bug is probably just avoid going gunsmith at all and just spamming Mahalas and then just sending, levy after levy and then just go spam, spam, spam. But it is risky. I mean, honestly, if Nathan plays his game right, he could get a ton of Huamakas, which, yes, he is doing, and just siege the Mahalas down. Yeah, because I think this is one of those civs that you don't want to run this strategy against. Because Huamakas have a brutal siege. They have a brutal siege rate. They even have a combat card which Nathan doesn't have, called Violent Conquest or something. Actually improves the siege of the Huamakas even more. Even more. Why is he going Ocarina? Actually, that's fine. That's fine. It helps fluffing his numbers up a bit. That's alright. See, the Huamakas need to be scouting out this guy right now and start sieging stuff. If he does that, he's golden. He's gold as a whistle if he does that. Yeah, big time. 100%.
Listum kaya.
Je, Ari. Jay.
Imanulan dyan na Pacman?
Oh, this is really spicy. He's going double Ushnu with the Huamakas. That is interesting. That's interesting. I think it's a good play. It's a good play for sure. But I'm going to give you a bit of a trick. The Ushnu, the place where you build all the military stuff, is Inca. Does have a big bun tech that actually lets you train units in blocks of 10. Just like the Bushido Principles consulate tech of Japan. So you can like train units in blocks of 10. So theoretically, if you can afford that, you can actually avoid having to have as many Ushnus. So yeah, just a bit of a tip and trick. but in a bit of an emergency too, but everything's good now, so we'll just continue. As we left off, basically Nathan realizes that his opponent here, the Persians, is going for that infamous Minuteman type strategy again. The way you can kind of counteract it is to try to siege these structures down, to try to punish Codefender. And see, the Minutemen are already coming out in the levies. He's getting his first batch right now, and every time he researches another Red Madrasa tech like Bonicus system here, he's going to get another one, and another one, and another one, and another one like that. So, best thing you can do, get these structures down. Every one that you can. And I frankly think Nathan attacking now was so critical. He's got to nip this in the bud now, before this gets out of control. He's also got to micro a lot better with these Bulldoze Warriors. Because if he doesn't, it could also go very south. Yeah, I kind of don't like that he's doing it under the Citadel, though, but really, what choice do you have? You don't have much of a choice at all in this situation, so yeah, you're going to have to micro around a little bit to try to find your angle and try to get rid of as many of these as you can. Yeah, pretty much. Yep. It's indeed pretty tough indeed in this situation. So, he's doing an okay job, actually. I mean, he's wiping out most of them. He's kind of taking out the Explorer as well. Bulldoze Warriors attacking the villages here. Good move. Best thing you can do to try to stop these Madrasa techs is also killing off the villas as well. So if you can take him. How did he survive? I don't know how that one survived, but watch out. He's got more gold. He's got more coin. That means another Red Madrasa tech could be on the way now. So watch out. Watch out. It's not good. Not good at all. That's definitely not.
Avi.
Imam Lola Napaka, ya Palyashka Lulukunata.
Jay. Ari. Jay.
Still massing up double Huamaka there, picking up the hand attack. This will get the stats up on the Huamaka and the Okarunas. Yeah, try to get as much damage as you can out of these Huamakas, because you're going to have to keep pressing them. He's getting more Mahalas right now, so yeah. Most definitely. Make sure you get every one of these Mahalas dead, so that you can prevent the production of more of these Iljadins. Whereas Codefender, he has more gold. And guess what he's picking up? Another Iljali levy. And he's going to get another one out of this too, Kulakud. So yeah, this is very, very dangerous indeed. I mean, if you let him keep building this stuff, he's going to have like 200, 300 units in your door. So, you got to be very careful here. Most definitely. 100%. See, I think still Nathan has a chance at fighting this because he has enough mass here to still stand up to these Iljarans. This is kind of another way you can deal with this strategy is keep putting the pressure on Codefender so that he doesn't have time to amass these levies. If you can take the levies out one by one, then you sort of get rid of Codefender's snowball of units, and thus it's like facing a normal civ again. Yeah,
سلام.
that's the main thing. You kind of want to negate these levies from massing up by each other so that you can gain a decisive army advantage to finish off Codefender with. Yeah. This mass will be gone soon, plus the mass of Chariks. Not that they were a big proponent of the mass, but it's good to know that this army is decimated. And now we'll likely see another levy called out of here, and likely another Red Madrasa Tech research. That would be the 4th, or maybe even the 5th levy, because you can get up to 7 levies with this civ.
آماده.
Afri. Origa. Yaku. Origa.
Yeah, see, this is good. He's taken out another mass of Iljarines. This one a little bit bigger, I think, because he had some Janbas in there. But it looks like overall he's going to beat this one too, I think. Every Iljari mass that he kills off gives Nathan a bigger chance of survival. Yeah. And how many hunts does he have on the map too? Because we have to pay attention to that as well. He's got a hunt here. He's got a hunt here. Here. He's got one over here. There. There. Alright. So he's got hunts in multiple areas. Because that's one thing that could really ruin Nathan. Is if he runs out of hunts that he could potentially pull from to keep making huamakas, which are a very expensive food unit. 70 food. That's not cheap. I mean, they're expensive in gold too. More expensive than a musket, but hey, they require a lot of food. Same with these Bolaz warriors. Well, the Bolaz warriors are pretty cheap, you know. He's also adding in some Akarunas for Scout, which, honestly, that's not a bad idea, because if he can mix some of those in, they'll have some Pierce armor, and he can use them to, like, use their movement speed to try to surround these guys and mess up their targeting, so that they're not targeting the same unit. You need to pull these back. Retreat. Retreat. Pull back. Don't waste any troops. You got to be very... Yeah, pull those two back right now. If you don't do that, bad things are going to happen there. I'm telling you. Got to be very strategic with that sort of thing. Because if you don't, it's not going to end very well. So yeah, try to mass up as much stuff as you can. Go in for another push. So he can't send another levy of Iljari on top of the one he's already sent. It's basically what you have to do here. He's picking up Miyar Ali Portraiture. This is the fifth yellow Madrasa tech. If he gets the sixth one, that one's going to give him more gold crates, which means probably another red Madrasa tech coming again, and thus another levy. He's also shipping in a Citadel too, the Tabriz Citadel. It's going to serve for right now as more defense, but later on, when he picks up Polygamy, he'll be able to make free batches of villagers from those citadels, making them awfully useful. So yeah, this is becoming pretty interesting, I will say. Yeah, totally. Most definitely. Oh, I had the wire of my microphone on the mouse pad and it wasn't moving properly. Yeah, it's funny. That's a lot of cannons he's got there. That's a lot of artillery he's got there, man. Look at all those cannons. Oh boy. Look at all those cannons there, man. That's insane. I don't know. It's a lot of artillery. That's all I'm going to say.
Hurry.
Ah, oui.
Imanulan dyan na Pakmon?
Jay.
Listung kaya.
Ah, oui. Ari. Jay.
Picking up double gunsmith, huh? Interesting. So he's probably going to go with the Tofangchis, right? Yeah, I would imagine. Oh, Janbas. Okay. That's actually good, too. I mean, Janbas have a lot of range attack and a pretty decent hand attack as well. Plus, they have the hand armor of heavy infantry, which means they should be able to tank the Huamakas and the Akarunas just fine. The Bolaz Warriors would be the only factor that could potentially clean them up here. So, yeah. It's getting kind of interesting. I mean, honestly, I would press again if it was me. But I understand he's trying to get enough of a death ball to deal with the mid-foot cannon problem. But still, yeah. I mean, the only thing I guess it's on your side there is the fact that those cannons are 4 pop artillery piece and not like a full falconet. It's like a weaker falconet, really. Yeah. Well, not quite a leather cannon level weakness either. So yeah, you gotta be careful with them, basically. Yep. More Huamakas out. He's picking up another red Madrasa tech. Watch out, man. This isn't good. I think this is the 5th one, right? Yeah, this is the 5th one. And he gets one more of them, and then he's going to be able to use one more levy. So watch out. He's going to mass these up together, and the Zagahi, it's a Fijine or whatever it is. Yeah. Advanced Citadel. Citadels have more hit points and enables a bombard attack. Yeah, that's something I should run with the Afghans if they have that option, honestly. I really should be. Because then my defenses as Afghans would be better. Is it like an age... It's an age 3 card, too. Wow. I always forget about that one, but honestly, I'm so greedy with economy and stuff, usually they often overlook it. Yeah. I mean, in a way, it's kind of like salt and pepper on the steak, It's not really the meat and potatoes, it's kind of just the seasoning, I guess, in a way. You can kind of get by without just by using good strategy and stuff with Afghans. But others says maybe it's better. Yeah. I think it's best for probably like a civ like Uzbeks that can have the most citadels. You know, they can have like 7 of them, right? Yeah, Siete. In that case, it's quite good actually. It's very good. Most definitely it is.
Imanulan Janapakman,
Aru. Aru.
Ari,
Oh, good. Good surrounding with the melee units and use of the Bulaz warriors as a splash attack. This is how you deal with this right here. That was a good move by Nathan there. And it just shows you how strong the Incas truly are. Yeah. This is why I have Incas listed higher on the tier list than Persia. Yeah. Because even running this nasty, gnarly Persia build, Inca can still overcome it. Yep, yeah, it's quite good. It's quite good. Incas are very well rounded in that sense. You know, their army can do a lot of crazy stuff. Because now he's going to try to fight him back with Junbas, but now he's sieging up all of his structures, so that's great. He's also going to pick up the new waves to get some more stats on his infantry. Should be quite good. Has a lot of good stuff for his artillery too. He's also sieging apart his gunsmiths as well, right? Yeah, no, he's getting that one here. He's going to siege this one down too. Yeah, at this point, Codefender's in like damage control mode, trying to do as much heavy infantry as possible to try to force him out. Which I think right now might not work because there's just so much effective Bulaz warriors from the Inca player here that he's, you know, going to be able to push through him basically, yeah.
J. Aru. Activate. Aru. To Utia. J. Utia. J.
Good destruction of the Citadel, Mahala. Good siege overall, I would say. Yeah, most definitely. Good maneuvers across the board here by Nathan. He's doing a splendid job here cleaning up the buildings. 3 Huamaka Ushnu. Ooh, very nice. But yeah, no, at that point I would consider picking up that big bun tech I was talking about that lets you train units in blocks of 10. That way you wouldn't have to deal with multiple Ushnu. Yeah, but I understand why building Ushnu is important, because there is a big bun at the TC here that gives you a free set of Mako horsemen at each Ushnu that you possess. So that could be potentially used to levy into that, maybe. So yeah, pretty much.
J. Activate. Apriaku. Aru. Activate. J. Utia.
Listung wanyunan chikama. Wam tupakui. Wanyunan chikama. Imanulan. Rainin chikpa.
Aru. J. Gorilla. J. Oriaku. Orilla. Aru. Activate.
Ari. Aumi. Wanyunan chikama.
J. Aru. Chaku. J. Aru. To Utia. Aru. Utia. J. Korea. Jaku. Atipe. Korea. J. Actipe. Aru. J. Utia. Aru. To Uti. Jaku. Korea. Atipe. Ahri. Jaku. Ori. Jaku. J. Jaku. To Utia. Aru. Actipe. J. Korea. Jaku. J. Aru. Gorilla.
Okay, now he's shifted to full Tofangshi to try to counter all this infantry stuff, which is probably the right play to do. And he's also included a few Janbas in as well to try to hold off the Akarunas. He's also aging up finally with the musician, which is going to be a fast age up, I believe, right? And then he's going to be able to send in Mako horsemen, probably. Maybe some fish tacos, as I call them. Fish tacos. Fish tacos. I just call them fish tacos. Like, I imagine there's an H there. I just call them fish tacos. Because I like fish tacos. Yeah, no, fish tacos are good. I haven't had them for like 2 years. I wish I could have some again, honestly. Oh yeah, no, I love fish tacos. Muy delicioso. Some good salsa and sour cream. Yeah, gets the spot. Totally. Look at this Mahala going down now. Very nice. Citadel going down too. Very good. Good cleanup. Nice match. Match indeed. I think there's one more record I wanted to show you tonight out of this, and then we can load up some Star Wars after that, maybe. Let me boot up the game. I'm going to check something real quick in the other room, and then I'll be up to cast the a 2 versus 2 that we got tonight as well, that I think we should watch together as well. Yeah, then we'll do some Battlefront Plus again, or Battlefront Expanded. Should be fun. I gotta check to make sure I have the recording here, first of all. Having a lot of emergency calls lately, so it's been a bit tough. But there's one more recording I wanted to do, and then we can do some Star Wars tonight. Some good old HVV combat stuff. Let's see here what I got. What's the right game called? And they just add more recordings too. 2v2 Saganat. 2v2 Saganat? What's 2v2 Saganat? Did I already get that one? Let me check. Maybe I didn't. 2v2 Saganay, not Saganat. So looks like I have to download that one right now. Let me get 2v2 Saganat. Let's get that one right here, right now. V2 Saganat. There it is. I just submitted it now. Let me close Chrome so we don't lag out or anything. I'm assuming he's doing some sort of data build with Bolivia. That's what my Nostradamus sensors would probably say in my head. 2v2 Saganat. This one. Oh, I know what he means. He means Sagawai and Nathan. Okay, so it's Team Sagawai and Nathan against somebody else. Alright. I just realized that. I thought for a second he was doing some Kree and Huron thing on Saguenay, but nah, no. Okay. Wait a minute, it's Nathan and James. That's not Sagawai, that's Nathan. What does Nathan play? He's playing Argentina? When does Nathan ever play Argentina? That's weird. Nathan's doing Argentina. James Mendez is doing Mexico. Ringo's playing Peru, of course, and then Codefender's doing Ottomans. Everybody else playing the Latin American Civ, and Codefender still manages to pick a weird Civ. Ottomans. Alright, so overall match-wise, the Peru-Ottoman lineup here is honestly pretty dangerous. Because I know Codefender knows all the Civs pretty well. He'll probably run like Jan Abbas, Delhi Abbas, something like that. And then Peru would probably do like Legion Peruana, Mushatero, one of those. Because I know Ringo is a capable aggro player. And I know Codefender will probably do it as well if Ringo has him do it. The only thing it's going to save these guys from ultimate aggro at the start is going to be Mexico here. Because Mexico will be able to ship into Presidio and be able to turtle the area a bit easier. That's about it. And of course, if any of these villas do fall under some sort of raid or something from Ringo's Mushateros, basically James would make that food back. Or at least I think about half of it from the Dia de los Muertos bonus. It leaves a grave where the villager dies, and it trickles you about half your food back for the villager cost. About 50. About 50. Yeah, 50. Food, basically, there. And then, also, trying to remember what else. Oh yeah, basically, you got an Argentina ally here too, so they would be able to provide lots of food to both players as needed, assuming he gets his pastures up right away. Yeah. Looks like Armin's picking up capitalism. That's a good sign for a fast fortress. That's like a red flag that you're going to get a fast fortress. I mean, look at the deck. This is clearly fast fortress, fast industrial. You can tell right away looking at it. Yeah, you can absolutely tell that right away. As for Ringo, let's look at Ringo's setup. He's running his usual deck, right? Has a bit of early eco stuff. This one has the Pulverazo, the one that allows his explorers to dig up landmines and stuff. I've dealt with Ringo using that, and he's pretty gnarly with it. I don't think he's going to use it because he hasn't used it lately, but the fact that he has the option is scary enough. Yeah. He also has the upgrade card here for the Grenadiers, the Legion Peruanas. It's called the Campaña de Restauración. It gives your Legion Piranha's 15% attack on all actions, so both melee and range, and in grenade throw mode. And then it gives an additional 15% attack to just melee. So a 30% better melee attack and 15% better attack in all the other areas, making it a pretty good upgrade for the unit. Yeah, also a Mushadero shipment. This is a war map, so we could see Guanera ship be used. And the Guanera is basically this big island full of bird poop. I'm not kidding. Bird poop that can produce ironclad style ships called turret ships. They're unique to the Peruvians. Basically a huge siege ship that can use the long range attack. And they can train the Guardia Marinas, which is an ultimate unit of Peru on land, which acts as sort of like a marine infantry that has a faster shooting rate. As you know, sailor infantry in War's Liberty mostly resembles the Texian Marines in the 5th edition, so multipliers against cannons and multipliers against siege troopers. The Guardia Marinas shoot a bit faster, making them a bit closer to, I think, probably the Berber archers in D, so like a rate of fire, I think, like 2 or something. Making them pretty formidable. Yeah, no, they're quite good. So yeah, that should be interesting. And then on the other side of the coin here, we got James running this. He's got enough late game stuff, I think, to be okay here. He's got the essentials. He's got Mondragon rifle, the Santuario del Norte. He's got the Chorilla, defense of Chapultepec. Now, to get like a real... Wait a second. You got Leyes de Reforma, but you don't have the Apelacion card. That's kind of a problem. He's got all the Presidio stuff, though. He's got Rancho Nacional. Yeah, and that. Very, very weird. I don't know. He's got Grito de Dolores. Interesting. This gives you a Jesuit priest that can train Dolientes. Basically your special early skirmish unit that you normally get by researching technologies as Mexico, because every tech you research as Mexico gives you a free one, but this lets you actually train them directly. Since they are sort of like a non-trainable unit usually, you don't have to upgrade them, they just shadow upgrade. Making them awfully nice, you know? An awfully decent spam option. Still say the Soldaderos are definitely better still, these Juanitas Bonitas here, the Soldaderas. Especially when you get Mondragon rifle to make them shoot faster, but yeah, no. The Dolientes can be alright too, yeah. And what about the Argentine deck here? So he's got 3 Vilcent. I would suggest he gets Cimolones next. Yeah, Cimolones should be something you definitely consider here. Yeah, Cimolones is definitely essential. It gives you a pasture wagon, and then the pastures will spawn cows faster. Yeah, basically, Argentina doesn't get mills. They just get these really cool fields that produce cows for free. And then they'll fatten herdables, I think, 2 times as fast as a livestock pen. Plus, the farming upgrades at those fields also improves the fattening rate even more at the buildings. So it's really cool. Yeah. And because you do so many herbables, you got this card too, Butchers. Basically will allow you to trade all your food for gold. And the idea is if you're eating so much meat that you got like 50,000 food and you don't know what to do with it, send your butchers in. Now it's all 50,000 gold. Huh? Yeah, it's actually a good way to cheese your way into Great War Age, you know, because you can like get like it's way too much food and then you can turn into gold, and then yeah, it's a nice way to sneak into World War I age and surprise your opponents. And then lastly, you got Soldaderos here, which used to be an Age 2 card. Newly spawned cows start as semi-fattened, which means basically they start with I think like 150 or 250 food or something. So you don't have. I think it's like 200 or something food. Something to basically reduce the amount of time it takes to fan them completely. Yeah. Alright, so here we are at the start. What we got? Janissary push from Codefender. Yep, Janissary push from a barracks. Also, this was a semi-fast fortress because now he's aging up with the political exile, so he can start sending fortress aid shipments. Falconet, Delis, Janissary, and Sifahi. If he gets age 4, he can get Sifahis, Janissaries, Nizam, Sassids, and then the Dardanelles guns as well. Picking up handgun too for his villagers' range attack. How many Janissaries has he got? He's got 3 here. Shipping in about 8 Janissaries. Yeah, the thing you gotta understand about Ottomans in this mod, something that kind of detracts from them a bit, they don't get Veteran to Guard upgrades. They just get a really, really good Imperial Age upgrade that essentially gives them a stats boost of I think like 85 to 90%, which is really good. Yeah. So pretty much with these Ottomans, you want to be very aggressive. Take advantage of the good early initial stats of their units and kind of pressure hard so you don't get outstatted by your enemies in like age 3 and especially 4. Yeah, once you get to Imperial Age, you can kind of just get the Imperial upgrade and be okay, but you know, it does prevent you from having to worry about upgrading stuff because you literally can't, right? So yeah, that part I guess is sort of good. Just so you know, Jan Combat improves the Janissary by 20%. So it almost acts like a veteran upgrade for it in a way. So if you're really massing a ton of Janissaries, you can just send that. That should help you out pretty well. Also, what treasure is this? 170 coin. A rare rhinoceros coin for ivory. Oh yeah, that's a good one to pick up. Oh, is he going to lose his Explorer? Oh, he almost lost his Explorer there. He was like 1 bullet away from falling on the ground. Oh, that's 2 Falconets coming out. The Nathan James team also went Fast Fortress too. Looks like oh, James is picking up a Presidio here. Second one. Looks like. What else does he get? He is making Yanets from his Presidio. Presidios act as secondary structures for Mexico. They have a range attack that protects them like a fort. They can train villagers as well as military, but they do it at a reduced work rate than the original buildings, so doesn't do it quite as fast. But it is still good because it lets you queue up stuff over time. You can get units from it, lanceros, conscriptos, mosquiteros, pardos, escoltas, soldadillas, all that, and then your villagers, of course. 1,000 food, 1,000 comida, very nice.
A la orden, señor. ¿Qué me ordena?
Yeah, that's a pretty big push there. That's a lot of Jans with 2 Falcons. This could be dangerous. That could be very, very dangerous indeed. Wow. Insane. Very insane. And then Ringo has Mosquiteros here too. He needs these Mosquiteros to connect with these guys here, the Malevos. Yeah, these are outlaws here, the Malevos, by the way. They're basically an outlaw scout unit that also has multipliers against cavalry too. Particularly other scout units in buildings. So yeah, no, they're pretty powerful. They're kind of similar to the Chananka Riders from the 5th edition in a way. And they're quite useful. It's kind of funny because Argentina doesn't normally have scout units, so these guys sort of act as a suboptimal outlaw variant of them. Okay, Jans and Mosquiteros are pushing in on James's position there, sieging his TC. Does James have a shipment coming in? He's got Sole Diaz training. He's gonna move his Telequihas over there to this Presidio. Ooh, Cochilleros. So yeah, I told you earlier that Argentina can make these as well. Yeah, pretty scary. I mean, Argentina actually gets some really good outlaws. They get Cochilleros, Malevos. They also get the Matrero, which is like a Lacidor as well. The splash attack. So yeah, no. They get some pretty spicy options at the end of the day. So it's worth checking them out if you can. Also, the use of horse grenadiers there is also very nice because he's coming in and out. Now he's going to raid some bills. He also used a grenade throw on the Jans, weaken them up a bit for the Cochilleros to finish them off. This is working quite nicely, actually. So, yeah. Very powerful push here from Nathan to get them out of his base area and raid some bills along the way. He could kill all these bills, too. I mean, he's got enough time to get them all dead. And all Codefender can do is throw some delis in. He might stall for some time, but hey. This is a good counterattack by Nathan. Look at the score drop by Codefender. Now he's like down to like 97 score. 95 score. That's fierce. That was a fierce pushback. And you still got James doing units, you know, his French immigrants. He's got the Solidaros here. They're doing a good counter assault. Yeah, no. If Ringo went Industrial Age to get a big mercenary batch of these Fenians, These guys are anti-assault, so you gotta watch out here with the Cuchilleros that these Fenians don't wipe them out. Which they probably will. I mean, as long as he kites properly, he can wipe these Cuchilleros out, no problem. The thing is, though, they don't have anti-assault in melee, though. So if the Cuchilleros get them in melee, you can still wreck them pretty good. Yeah, no, see, yeah, you want to get them in melee. But, yeah, they'll shred you at range. And then he's got a massive Muchacheros as well, charging at him, too.
¿Qué me ordena?
¿Qué más? Preparado. ¿Qué más? ¿Qué
Yeah, these outlaws are pretty good. I mean, if they could beat Safahis, that's honestly really solid. Oh, it really is. Yeah, most definitely. I'm just curious what Ringo's plan is. Oh, he's gonna go Guardia Marinas? Yeah, that's a good choice. You should get the guard upgrade on him, though. Through his Guanera, though. Yeah, he really should. Because then they can be really solid overall. He can also get combat cards on them, too, I believe. Yeah. Make them really good.
¿Qué pasa, señor?
Yeah, I don't know what Ringo's plan is. Like, he's not even really moving forward with... Oh, he sent Volantes into... Okay. That could be a major push, and then he's got Bushateros there as well. Yeah, no. He still has... Ringo still has the Fenians, so they can blast the Cochilleros with as well. So let's see if he can micro those down. Yeah, he can wipe them out with the Fenians. The Fenians gives Ringo a distinct defense. Now, against the other things, I'm not sure what he can... The Fenians are now looking for any potential Cochilleros around here. But unfortunately, he's got Malevos now. It's going to be a bit harder. Because these guys actually don't have any multis against Scout. So they really don't offer a lot of stats against these. But as you can see, their range attack is so good that they can also do some pretty good damage to them. So yeah, very nice. What do we got around here? Oh, he's coming forward with all the Guardia Marinas and the Volantes. He's also got some Moschiteros in there as well. So it looks like he's going to push on Nathan's position. He's going to crush his buildings. Yeah, these Volantes will do some immense damage. Immigrant building gone. Scandy's gone. He's gonna go after the TC. TC is dead. Those houses are pretty much dead too. My question is, what does Ringo have to like defend these cannons besides Guardian Marines? He needs these Mosquiteros to like be on the perimeter for them. Because now he's just gonna come back with all this stuff here. Is he running his Fenians back to help over there or what? No, he needs those Fenians there right now to deal with the Cochilleros. He needs to make some sort of like defense of this area just to, you know, deal with it, yeah. Basically. Some more Ciudadenas. Yeah, it's over now. Like that was like the last hope for their team. Because now Codefender's got like no... he's going to Industrial Age. He could get Bombards, Dardanelles with some Nizam Sassids. But other than that, it's like really tough for them to come back. Because frankly, Ringo could have waited for maybe Codefender to get that stuff. And maybe they could push together. And that would have led to some good results. And of course, Ringo could have had his Fenians nearby to help out too. And, you know, it's a bunch of stuff, really. Yeah, totally. I notice Ringo's bringing his turret ships back towards his shoreline here. So I don't know exactly what he's going for. Bit tough to say. Yeah, totally. Big time.
Preparado.
¿Qué más? ¿Qué querés?
¿Qué me ordena? Sí. ¿Qué me ordena? Sí.
Preparado, pues. A su orden, patrón.
Señor.
That's a lot of Pardos he's got there, man. That's a lot. Okay, so the Jans and the Safais here holding the line. He's got Fenians. Let's see if he can micro him at the Cochilleros, though. Because if he can, that's great. He's got a big army of Pardos. Where did the Pardos go? I'm trying to see where those Spearmen went. Where did the Spearmen go? I thought he had a big army of Spearmen somewhere. Trying to figure out where the Spearmen... Is he loading him into the boat? Oh god, he's loading him into the boat. Okay, yeah, here comes the spearman coming over here now. Oh, I think they might survive, actually. Yeah, no. Playback ended? Yeah, no, I mean, look, he has a big army of spearmen coming towards him and plenty of resources. And then Codefender. Oh, yeah, he did resign. Okay. Yeah, because I think did he know about the spearmen coming? He must have. He must have known about him. Yeah, no. He must have known about the spearmen coming for him. Otherwise, I don't know. Yeah. Totally. Yeah, I don't know. Is anyone... let me get out of this. Is there any Walero matches going on now? Or let me see. Let me see if there's any Walero matches. If not, I'm probably just going to go into Star Wars now. Do some HVV Chaos. Starting a bit later than I usually like. But hey, should be fun either way. Totally. Yeah, I'll set up the HVV Chaos right now.
The Emperor of Extermination strikes again.
on site. Assist as needed.
A wealth of victims for Lando Calrissian.
With a Knight of Ren fighting with us, we will surely be victorious.
New ally on site. The resistance should be afraid.
Stay focused on the task at hand.
Allied reinforcements landing. One of our best just arrived.
Arm-tearing madness from the Wookiee. A definitive closing statement from the ever-eloquent Chewbacca. Heroes one, villains nothing as the battle begins. The balance of the Force is in flux. It's up to the heroes of the galaxy to defend the light against the villains of the dark side. Let the show begin.
special combatant on the ground!
Can't let you win.
The lead ally on the ground! Ally landing! Looks like we got a friend!
Get back! Back off!
Not at all. You might want to run.
Who is that? Imperial elite on the ground!
This is gonna hurt.
Enemy leader taking point!
Readjust priorities. The conflict is only half over.
Enemy elite on sight! Watch out!
I feel the good. Warning you!
That Jedi is skywalking over the competition.
Commander Skywalker is here to aid us.
When you're done, you're
competition.
Unidentified ally fighting stormtroopers!
The only counting today will be the stacks of bodies Dooku's reign of terror has left behind. Tatooine's favorite son saves the day. The Force will be with Luke Skywalker. Always. A hero's death for our first hero. Takodana's underworld has taken the day off to make way for the galaxy's most deadly and dashing, which seems very out of character. Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage. Armed daring madness from the Wookiee.
Effectively done. Help.
Increase fatality production by 50% to achieve victory.
They are many, but without focus. Submit!
scene closes out the match with the tough type of diplomacy he's become famous for. Tatooine, for some, a barren wasteland. For others, a barren wasteland, where their spectacular careers will end in embarrassment.
Can resist?
A historic game by the masters of cruelty. The less evil team takes the lead. Villainy steals the lead. Witness the power of the dark side. A commanding lead for goodness and light. Heroes winning is becoming a stereotype. Evil slithers past our heroes. Lead taken by scary-looking enemies. Who knew heroes could be so ruthless? The villainous killing spree continues. Witness the power of the dark side. Evil's domination continues. Villainy steals the lead. Red is on a Kylo spree.
I want them surrounded.
Strike them down. Shall we continue?
Good. Gruesomely triumphs over evil. A historic game by the masters of cruelty. Good is triumphing over ineptitude. Recalibrate murderous instinct. Your only casualty. will be determined. Or not. Does it matter when there's bone-crushing violence?
Boba Fett is here. There must be a bounty on all of us.
Your killing improves by 50%. Kenobi brings the death sticks.
You don't mean me any harm.
Chosen one, countless victims.
Useful. Cover my kill.
Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
Last chance! Die!
It's a Sith Lord. He has to be.
Move it!
Let's keep the theatrics to a minimum.
The heroes can't stop the ball streak.
Got assistance! Ally deploying!
Chosen one, countless victims.
This is bad. Enemy leader deploying.
I didn't realize we could be so.
The only counting today will be the stacks of bodies Dooku's reign of terror has left behind. The only counting today will be the stacks of bodies Dooku's reign of terror has left behind. death of the light. Bet worse than disintegration for the heroes. for the heroes.
Special operative on site and taking point.
Witness the power of the dark side. Evil's domination continues. Chosen one, countless victims. Domination by the light side. Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
We have an ally on site, a special operative.
How many arms does Grievous need?
A special operative is deployed to the battlefield.
Good is triumphing over ineptitude.
Reinforcements. We have an elite operative on site.
Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage. A commanding lead for goodness and light.
Command has sent one of our best to assist.
Who knew heroes could be so ruthless? Villainy carves a path toward victory. Destiny proves no match for the villains daring to challenge the legendary Anakin Skywalker. 10% more terminations until flattery commences. Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage. The Emperor of Extermination strikes again. Finn's got Raging Raptor on the villains.
Short. See him.
Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
The Count has just joined the Clankers.
villains. Finn's gone raging Rathdar on the villains.
assist.
Mercury takes an early lead. They don't call it Star Killer Base for nothing. They call it that because of the killings. Many, many killings. disintegration for the heroes.
We've lost too much time.
You've caused half as many deaths as you need to. Effect worse than disintegration for the heroes. Effect worse than disintegration for the heroes. can't score first. Today's match, a titanic trial by termination. Will it be waves of adoration or sorrows to drown? Find out as this reign of terror becomes a downpour.
Who's that leading the droids? Can't quite see. Imperial leader on the ground. Not sure who. Elite ally on the ground.
The Emperor of Extermination strikes again.
Enemy elite on sight! Watch out!
Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage. Organa spilling the garbage chutes.
Alright, I think I'm done for now. Thank you for coming to the stream, everyone. I'm signing off now. See you mañana for another stream of some kind.